Hola, hola.
Um,
Happy Wednesday. I know outside it's looking a little bit different, a little bit unusual, very red. So I hope everybody's okay. I think that throws us off. Definitely threw my dog off today, and all of my kids and I were talking about it in the morning meeting. So I hope everybody's staying safe and away from the smoke. Thank you for joining us tonight. So let's get started. And we have Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips, Trustee Lara. Good to see you all. Superintendent Duffy. And I'm thinking that Trustee Cuevas will be joining us shortly. So let's get started. So good evening, everyone. Welcome. I would like to call to order the September 9, 2020 regular meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope everyone joining us tonight is doing well and that your families are safe and in good health. We continue to meet via Zoom for all district and board meetings as authorized by the Governor's Emergency Executive Order issued on March 17, 2020. The West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education will conduct board meetings via video teleconference until further notice. Please remember that to speak for public comment, you need to press the raise your hand button on the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if you are calling in with your phone. Then press *6 to unmute your microphone. So before we go to closed session, before we recess into closed session, is there any public comment?
there does not appear to be any public comment right now.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will recess to closed session and we will return for open session at 6:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. See you soon. Trustee Cotton Blake and Trustee Garcia Avila, welcome. Okay, and it looks like Trustee, Ms. Logan, is Trustee Cuevas or Trustee Phillips in the participants list?
No, I don't see either one.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get started. And when they join, we will welcome them to the meeting so that we start the meeting productively. Thank you all for joining us tonight. I want to call to order the September 9, 2020 regular meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education. I hope everyone joining us tonight is doing well and that your families are safe and in good health. We continue to meet via Zoom for all district and board meetings as authorized by the Governor's Emergency Executive Order issued on March 17, 2020. The West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education will conduct board meetings via video teleconference until further notice. Please remember that for public comment, you need to press the raise your hand button on the Zoom app or by pressing the *9 if you are calling in with your phone. Then press *6 to unmute your microphone. And I will give more detailed instructions shortly as well. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I hope all of you were able to have a Labor Day weekend that included some rest and time with your loved ones. Thank you to each student, family, teacher, and staff for your continued determination to make distance learning work and keeping the hope of the new school year alive. Today, all of us woke up to a very, very red sky, and we have seen orange variations throughout the day due to the smoke from the fires our state is facing. I want to thank each community member, volunteer, and firefighter helping to keep our community safe and working hard to put out the fires. And we hope our kids can go out again soon and enjoy their favorite outdoor activity once the air quality improves. Thank you all for doing everything possible to keep your children safe and engaged during these unusual times. We appreciate all of you. I would like to share some basic instructions regarding how we are going to use Zoom today and involve members of the public. We will be having live public comments via Zoom. This may result in some uncomfortable situations, so we hope you will bear with us as we navigate any issues that may come up. It is our hope for members of the public to be able to participate and share their public comment with the board in a space conducive to respectful public forum for all. During the meeting, all board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also present and will be on video when they present. Members of the public will not be on video and will be muted throughout the meeting unless they have raised their hand for public comment. In order to comment on an agenda item at tonight's meeting, members of the public should raise their hand by pressing the raise your hand button on the Zoom app, or by pressing *9 by telephone when the board reaches the item on which you want to comment. If you are calling in with your phone, when your name is called, press *6 to unmute your phone. When we get to the item, a member of district staff will call your name. Comments will be restricted to the amount of time allocated by board policy. Your hand must be raised for public comment. Your hand must be raised before the first public comment is read on an agenda item. After the first comment is read, there will be no additional public comments accepted. In order to be recognized to speak, you must be using a first and a last name. Thank you. Now I will share these same directions in Spanish. Para hacer un comentario sobre un artículo en la agenda, se le pide al público que por favor levante su mano al presionar el botón de levantar la mano en la aplicación de Zoom, o al presionar estrella 9 por teléfono cuando lleguemos al artículo para cuando usted quiera hacer su comentario. Si está llamando por teléfono, por favor presione estrella 6 para prender el micrófono de su teléfono. Cuando lleguemos a ese artículo en la agenda, un personal del distrito escolar llamará su nombre. Los comentarios serán restringidos al tiempo asignado por las normas de la mesa directiva. Su mano debe estar levantada antes de que el primer comentario se haga en ese artículo. Después del primer comentario, no se aceptarán comentarios adicionales. Para ser reconocido para comentar, debe usar un nombre completo. Gracias. I also want to note that members of the public can translate the meeting agenda webpage by clicking on the button labeled English with a globe next to it to translate the meeting agenda into multiple languages. And we have the interpretation services available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon in the Zoom app. Superintendent Duffy, can we please have roll call? Thank you.
Yes. President Hernandez Jarvis.
Present.
Trustee Panis.
Present.
Trustee Lara.
Present.
Trustee Cuevas.
Present.
Trustee Phillips.
Present.
Student Trustee Cotton Blake.
Present.
Student Trustee Garcia Avila.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duffy, do we have a report out of closed session?
We do have a report out of closed session. We have two. The first is that Christy Resigno was appointed as Director of English Learner Achievement and Early Literacy for one, with Mr. Phillips dissenting. And I just have to read this. The board voted to reject the government code claim presented by the claimant named in closed session dated July 2020, alleging property damage and personal injury. That was 4-0 with Trustee Cuevas absent. That is the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. Up next, we have item B5, agenda review and adoption. Board members, are there any suggestions you would like to make to the agenda, or is there a motion to adopt the agenda as is?
President Hernandez Jarvis.
Trustee Panas?
I'd like to pull C1, C3, and C5. And I'd also suggest that we move item F6, our superintendent search agenda item, up right after E1, the learning LCP plan.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. And I would like to add to that motion, if you accept the friendly amendment, to have item F1 immediately after F6.
I'm fine with that.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a suggestion that affects the last two requests, which is it possible to move all of F up before committee communication?
So instead of the discussion item as well, instead
I
of the
just find that the business that needs to be settled today tends to be at the end of the meeting, and we don't get to it all. And those are the action items that are on the agenda and have been agendized.
Mm-hmm. So was that a separate motion, Trustee Cuevas, or a friendly amendment to the
It's
motion?
just an amendment to move all of F, including the 2 items that were previously mentioned in F, instead of moving them after E, to actually just move them after C.
I'm okay with that. Fine, I'm okay with that.
So then the amendment was accepted to move all of the action items before committee communication after C.
Right.
And items that were pulled by Trustee Pana, C1, C3, and C5.
So,
Yes.
Thank you. Phillips?
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I was just going to ask if we can move up F6. And I know that people have mentioned moving up F6, but if that can just be the first item that we take. So even if we do what Trustee Cuevas is talking about right now, if we could just put F6 first, I just think it's a really important item, and we need to have as many people as possible there for it.
That's okay with me.
Yeah, me as well. So, Mr. Trustee Phillips, what you're talking about is just reshuffling the order of the F items, and we start with 6.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's fine with me as well, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Trustee Cuevas or Trustee Phillips, did you want to second Trustee Panas' motion?
Oh, I second the motion.
Thank you. So then the motion is to have all the action items immediately after the C items before committee communication, and the items that were pulled are C1, C3, and C5. And we would begin with F6 when we begin the action items. Can we please take a vote, beginning with student representatives?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Hannah, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Laura, no.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Motion passes with all trustees voting yes and Trustee Lara voting no. Thank you. So then that leads us to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of minutes from our board meeting on August 26, 2020.
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I'd like to move we approve those, but I actually had one amendment on consent item C8, the interdistrict attendance agreement. It notes there that I asked about differences from the previous agreement, but I also asked that we put demographics information about our outgoing interdistrict transfer students and school of origin information for our outgoing interdistrict transfer students in the Friday memo.
Thank you for noting that clarification, Trustee Panas. I second that motion with the corrections by Trustee Panas. Can we please take a vote?
President Hernandez-Jarvis,
Trustee Phillips?
I submitted some corrections to Ms. Haney already, just very briefly. In the discussion, I think it's item F1 around the reopening MOU. I actually said that I wanted us to have consultation from not just medical, but scientific and science and child development experts as well. So all 3. She already has it in writing.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. So and I'm fine with that too. So can we please take a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Hannah, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Laura, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve the August 26, 2020 board meeting minutes with the changes made by Trustee Panas and Trustee Phillips to clarify their comments. Thank you. So up next, we have item B7, resolution number 23, 2021, in recognition of Latinx, Chicanx, where was I? Hispanic, Afro-Latinx Heritage Month, celebrating history, heritage, and the American Dream, September 15 through October 15, 2020. Superintendent Duffy?
Yes. Thank you very much. So I don't know if we have a, can't remember, President Hernandez Jarvis, if we are reading these at this point in the virtual environment or just mentioning them. So please let me know, and let me know if you'd like somebody specifically to read that.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. I would like to offer if any of the student representatives on our board, if any of the board members would like to read it, I sure don't want to overlook that. So I wanted to open up the opportunity if Trustee Cotton Blake or Trustee Garcia Avila would like to read this resolution.
I would like to read it, please.
Thank you.
All right. West Contra Costa Unified School District Resolution number 23, 2021, in recognition of Latinx, Chicanx, Hispanic, Afro-Latinx Heritage Month, celebrating history, heritage, and the American dream, September 15th to October 15th, 2020. Whereas the state of California is home to more than 3,381,198 Hispanic Latinx students in kindergarten through 12th grade. And whereas the West Contra Costa Unified School District has 14,916 Hispanic and Latinx students from kindergarten through grade 12. And whereas the diversity of this group includes persons who have their origins in Mexico, Central and South America, Portugal, Spain, and the Spanish-speaking Caribbean island, representative countries like Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Colombia, Panama, and Ecuador. And whereas Hispanics and Latinx have been an integral part of the early exploration, discovery, and settlement of this nation and the state of California. And the impact of the Hispanic Latinx culture and traditions are manifested in our state's customs, traditions, and laws. And whereas Hispanic Americans, such as civil rights leaders Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, and please correct me if I'm wrong about the pronunciation of any names or words, New Mexico Governor Susana Martinez, former California Governor Romualdo Pacheco, the first California governor of Mexican descent, California Attorney General Xavier Becerra, Julian Castro, 16th United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and astronauts Franklin Chang Diaz and Ellen Ochoa are among the Hispanic Americans who have made invaluable contributions to our society in social justice, civil rights, government, business, education, arts, science, sports, and the armed forces. And whereas the history, social science framework for California public schools states that the history curriculum of the community, state, region, nation, and world must reflect the experiences of men and women of different racial, religious, and ethnic groups. And whereas the California State Board of Education recognized in its multicultural educational policy that each student needs an opportunity to understand the common humanity underlying all people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education in the West Contra Costa Unified School District proclaims September 15th through October 15th, 2020 as Latinx, Chicanx, Hispanic, Afro-Latinx Heritage Month, and encourage all educational communities to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities. And be it further passed and adopted by the Board of Education of the West Contra Costa Unified School District on this 9th day of September 2020 by the following vote.
Thank you, Trustee Cotton Blake. Board members, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Moved by
I'll second that.
Seconded by Trustee Panas. Can we please take a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Janice, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Madam Chair, this is Cuevas. Before I cast my vote, I just want to remind folks that this population of our community also includes an indigenous population as well. I don't think there was any mention of indigenous folks in this resolution, but I want to make sure that we as a community recognize that a significant portion of the ancestry and heritage of those folks who share racial and cultural and ethnic kinship with who this resolution is honoring are in fact indigenous to the Americas and the United States. I vote yes.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for that note. And I would urge us for that to also be included and looking to next year when we have this resolution again to make sure that it's at the forefront too.
Absolutely.
And Hernandez Jarvis, yes. So the motion to approve the resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, board. And now we have public comment. And I want to remind everybody again that to have public comment, you have to press on the button to raise your hand on the Zoom app. If you're calling in, you have to press *9. And then when you're called, you have to press *6. And make sure that you have a first name and a last name on your login, on your Zoom login information. Thank you. And Mr. Duffy, is Mr. Aurelio going to?
Yes, at this point we have two public comments.
So that will be 3 minutes if it's under 10 speakers.
So, Ms. Logan, are you going to have a clock ready for me?
Yep, I'm ready for you.
Thank you.
First speaker is Yanan Burrell. You may speak. Yanan Burrell, you may unmute and speak now.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. Superintendent Duffy, my comments are in relation to your Friday, September 4th email. While you mentioned it has been heard loud and clear the need for our system to address the historic inequities that have affected and impacted communities of color, in particular, the African American families, students, and staff in WCCUSD, you go on to say, to address this, the district has specifically designated Fridays for professional development focused on racial justice and equity. The community, parents, and stakeholders have no idea of any details of this training because it is clearly, and I believe, intentionally not mentioned. Who are the individuals delivering this professional development? What are their credentials? What curriculum is being used to deliver this material? Without specifics in this way, there is no real way of knowing if this training is addressing the root cause of the aforementioned racial inequities. Please extend the courtesy and high regard to this community and share these details, as this is critical in building trust and confidence in this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Estela De Paz. And I do apologize that I'm trying to get Estela De Paz to be able to speak, but I think Estela is on an older version of Zoom and it's not allowing her to be moved to a speaking.
Oh, no. Ms. De Paz, would you be able to dial in with your cell phone maybe?
So Zoom is telling me if I promote her to a panelist, then she can speak, but I want to take direction from the board if that's something I should do.
Yes, I believe that when we've had that in the past, I think Mr. Walton had done that, and then after they were done, they were able to be removed.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Thank you.
So Mr. Paz, you are now able to unmute and speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. Good evening, President Hernandez Jarvis, board members and staff. My name is Estela De Paz, and I'm the school side council chair for Hercules High School. I've been regularly attending many of the school board meetings this past few months. And I don't exactly know where this belongs, so I just wanted to provide feedback. One thing that I've been confusing to me as I review agenda packets is on the presses, the section around financial impact. Sometimes there's a few sentences in there, sometimes there's a number, sometimes there are tables, sometimes it even says there's no financial impact when there seems to be a spend associated with the item. So given the state of our financials, I think it is really valuable to establish a format that promotes common understanding around financial impact. For instance, the California Department of Education is using the traffic light dashboard that I think can serve as a best practice. We can use the same concept in clearly trying to make sure that our community understands what the financial impacts are for the items that are being discussed during the board meetings. So maybe, I don't know, should we say green is fully funded, allocated exactly from the same bucket? Should we say that a yellow needs some changes, some movement of funds? Should we say that red it's really something that's completely new and we should really be rethinking about it? But I think having something like that would allow us as the community to actually tune in and lean in more for areas that might be a little problematic, that there needs to be more discussion or more context so that we also know what's happening. So I'm urging the board and the staff to please adopt some sort of a traffic light parameter. I'm sure that you guys can, have got opinions and information that could be really relevant to making sure that we as a community understand as we're trying to follow what's going on during board meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
That is all the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. Thank you to the two community members that spoke during public comment. Our next item that we have, since we changed the agenda, so instead of going to, oh no, we are going to business items. We're going to business items and then we're going to go to the action items. So up next, we have the consent calendar. The items that were pulled are C1, C3, and C5. So the remaining items, is there a motion to approve those?
President Hernandez Jarvis, I will move that we approve the consent calendar except for items C1, C3, and C5.
Motion made by Trustee Panas. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Phillips. Can we please take a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips,
Lara,
yes.
yes. Oops, sorry. Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve the remaining agenda items with the exception of C1, C3, and C5. Thank you, board. Up next, we have the first action item since we changed the agenda. Instead of going straight to D, to committee communication, we're going to go to the action items and we're going to begin action item F6 and then go down the rest of the action items. And I believe, let's see, Mr. Aurelio or Ms. Logan, could you have Mr. Freeman join as a panelist? He says H. Freeman.
Yes, Freeman. Yes, just a second.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the name again? I'm trying
Yes.
to find.
Harold
Oh,
Freeman.
sorry. He's in already. He's in. Never mind.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to introduce this item. Mr. Freeman is here with us. So item 6, F6. So the current superintendent, Matthew Duffy, has a contract that expires on June 30th, 2020. The board will discuss the process for selection. The board will discuss the process for selection of the district's next superintendent. In 2016, the board engaged in the search for a new superintendent by utilizing a firm that specialized in search and selection of superintendent candidates. At the time, the board utilized a request for qualification RFQ and appointed a board subcommittee to narrow the search firms that responded to the RFQ to 3 finalists. Those finalist search firms were brought to the board in open session and following presentations from each. The board selected leadership associates to perform the search. A copy of the RFQ that the board used in 2016 is attached. The board will again consider utilizing a search firm in order to facilitate the district's process and to ensure district search is as effective as possible. The board will discuss and adopt the process for making that selection. This process could include but not be limited to any of the following options. 1, utilizing a new RFQ process. 2, appointing a new board subcommittee to guide, potentially including the review of RFQ responses and a search firm or firms. I'm sorry, it says my internet connection is unstable. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I was in number 2, appointing a new board subcommittee to guide the process, potentially including the review of RFQ responses and a search firm or to the board, negotiating a new contract with leadership associates, and again, utilizing that firm to search for and onboard a new superintendent. So before the board has a discussion, I would like to see if there's any public comment for this item. And Mr. Freeman as well, please feel free to jump in if you have anything that you would like to add to that overview. Mr. Freeman, I couldn't see you.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm now unmuted. I made that fatal mistake of Zoom of not unmuting myself. No, I think you've covered the major points that would need to be covered. One of the things just to add is that timeline is going to be an important issue to consider in all of this. Generally speaking, a superintendent search, if you give it the full lifespan that it typically receives, runs about 6 months approximately. It can be done faster, sometimes it takes longer, but that's just a timeline to be thinking about as you discuss this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So before we have a discussion with the board, before there is any kind of discussion or motion, I would like to know if there's any public comment.
Yes, there are public comments, and it looks like we have 7.
Thank you. And I would like to remind the rest of the participants that if you have a public comment to share with the board, please raise your hand on Zoom, clicking on the raise your hand button. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And then when you're called on, make sure that you press *6 to unmute yourself. Thank you. And we have 7 attendees that have their hands raised. So that means that we're going to have 3 minutes per person.
Thank you, Trustee. Don Gosney, you are first. You may unmute.
Thank you very much. You know, it's always a sad day when we find ourselves in search of a new superintendent. It's a long and arduous process and filled with demands from special interest groups that insist on a seat at the table. Between finding a search company, deciding on how the search will be made, reviewing the applicants, narrowing the list, and the final interviews, all before beginning the actual contract negotiations, it just doesn't happen overnight. Oh, hey, let's not forget that in the next few months, we've got an election for new board members and no fewer than 11 holidays, plus Groundhog Day, all days when we can expect little business to take place. The process needs to start now, so we'll have the process concluded with sufficient time for the transition to be completed in a timely fashion. Last thing we want is for us to take this issue right up to the last minute and end up settling because we've run out of time. And wouldn't it be nice if whoever we choose to be the next superintendent, they can hit the ground running? They don't, because they don't have to figure out who the players are or where things are. I agree. Let's go ahead and start this process now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yanan Burrell. You may unmute.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, board members. The RFQ has simply, the 2016 RFQ has simply 3 bullets under relevant experience of the search firm. The majority of this entire document focuses on the scope of the duties and just a few lines on what the firm stands for and the results of its work. In those 3 lines, it talks about a firm that simply has superintendent search experience, but consider a firm that has a broader experience in recruitment. A glaring misstep in this 2016 RFQ is there is 0 reference to a firm that has a team that is diverse, and if they have the experience during a national search through an intentional diversity and inclusion lens. Showing a track record with just something on paper is one thing, but actually vetting further the references is another. Consider the ratio of a firm that has done national searches, but constantly give results of candidates that are local or regional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zalan Harrison. Zalan, let me go ahead and you may unmute now.
Hello, good evening, board. How y'all doing? I just would like to say, y'all look for a superintendent. Can y'all make sure that y'all get somebody who wants to work with asset in addressing our resolution? Do not, I mean, I feel we should be at the table also as parents. So make sure that you have all the parents committee there, but deeply look at how the superintendent has in the past has history of servicing all children, because that's a concern when you get people who are not good at servicing all children. So please take that into consideration when you're looking for a new superintendent. We want someone who can take care of all children, especially the lowest performing ones, and have a plan too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Shields. Audrey, you may unmute now.
Thank you. Good evening, board. I just want to say that I'm really glad that the board is moving forward in this work. I agree with the statements of all of the last speakers. I think we have to be careful and make sure we choose the right firm that will broaden the search and make sure that all considerations and fairness and equity is included in the firm that's doing the initial search for our new superintendent. Also, I think that it's a really good thing that we're moving forward quickly on this. We need adequate time, as mentioned by Mr. Gosney, to make sure that we are starting out early enough so we don't have to settle for anybody, that we get somebody that really understands the needs of this district, understand the needs of our children, and can do the work. And so we won't be rushing toward anything at the last minute. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Reckler. Ms. Reckler, you may unmute.
Good evening to everyone. The majority of this board is leaving, and it seems that it is a conflict of interest for an old board to be deciding the process for a new board. I would like to hear, I don't believe this is a best practice, and I would like to hear Mr. Freeman's response. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last comment, well, Scotty Smith, are you still there? Because you dropped off my screen.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, perfect.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I think it is a very, wait a minute. let me turn this thing on here. I'm on the phone, so I think it's a very good idea for this board to start the process, because we do not need to have this district scraping around and trying to get a good superintendent. A superintendent that is going to look at the needs of all students, who's going to be able to work with all communities. And, you know, I've said in my emails to the district as to why I think we need to start this, so I'm not going to go into that. And I definitely want a superintendent that has some sense of finance as well, so we won't continue to be in the situation that we are now facing now, in case, you know, something, God forbid, something happens. So I think it is a good idea for this board to move forward. The next board can work with the search firm to figure out what the next steps are. But this is a process that should go forth at this particular time. We cannot wait until the new board come on. At least we could have the search firm in place. That I definitely believe. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio, and thank you to each community member who shared their public comment with us. Okay, so we finished public comment, so I would like to open this up for a discussion of the board, and I would request that we follow the turn-taking order, beginning with student representatives, Trustee Cotton Blake, Trustee Garcia Avila, Trustee Phillips, Trustee Lara, Trustee Cuevas, and myself. If the students choose to have their turn after us, that's totally fine too. You can share your thoughts after the board members go. If you want to go at the beginning, that's perfectly fine too. Your choice.
All right, thank you. Personally, I'm just curious as to why we are having this discussion now rather than post-election, given the current, not just political climate, I would say the amount of political bias that's moving right now that will likely affect this decision itself, the renewal of the contract. And I'm also wondering why, or actually I would like to make a recommendation to pocket this conversation until post-election in November. And the other reason that I say that is because given that 6-month span, realistically speaking, we would still be able to get it done in that time frame post political bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cotton Blake. Trustee Garcia Avila.
I definitely do agree with student trustee Cotton Blake, so no comment.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia Avila. Who was next? Trustee Panas?
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. So I'd like to talk about my thinking on this subject. I've talked to a lot of people about superintendent searches, and I'm told that the prime time for finding a superintendent is in January. That's when you want to be on the streets looking for a superintendent. The longer you wait after that, the thinner and thinner the field gets. So if you think about what things need to be done before we get to January, we need to have a job description decided on and finalized and ready to go out at the end of December. The job description is created by spending a couple of months at least interfacing with all nature of stakeholders, our bargaining units, our community groups, our parent groups, our committees. We need to make a deliberate effort to carefully gather input from all those groups. You know, in our unfortunately very constrained time schedule in 2016, we didn't really have time to get around to all the people we could have gotten around to. And I feel we need at least 2 months, if not more, to do that. You know, we still have the process of, we still need to issue the RFQ and get a search firm, and that's going to be a 2 to 4 week at least process. So, I mean, if we want to serve our students well and be looking for a superintendent at the beginning of January, I feel like we really need to start this process right now. And I actually have some specific thoughts about how I'd like to see us modify this RFQ to make it applicable to our current situation. But I'll hold off on those to hear from what other board members have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you very much. I am in full support of starting this process now for several reasons. One of those reasons is that I believe the sitting board has an obligation to the district. And when I say the district, I mean the people who live in the district, the children who attend school in the district, to make sure that we have a superintendent who is able to lead us forward. When we did not renew the superintendent's contract, we basically put upon ourselves the obligation to do this. And I think it would be totally irresponsible of this board not to start this process. I do want to comment on some of the things that I heard in public comment and from our student trustees. I am not suggesting that this current board pick the next superintendent. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the superintendent search takes a certain amount of time. And what I understand is that it takes between 6 to 9 months. And in order for us to hit the targets that we need to hit, we need to backwards map, right? And that means if it takes us 6 months, right? And we're gonna finish, that means we finish in March, right? The new board will be in place by March. If we find someone in February, the new board will be in place by February. So what we're really doing here is being responsible and handing off the baton to the next board in a fashion that is decent and in order. So the next board is not backed up against the wall because this board did not have the courage to do what it was supposed to do as far as starting the superintendent search process is concerned. So that's why I am in support of this. I'm not going to talk about out of respect, I'm not going to talk about the current superintendent. That is not necessary here. But I do believe that we need to move forward. What I would suggest and what I'm going to ask of this board, or what I am asking, is that we actually take this item in 2 parts. And the first part is a vote on whether to start the process. Because all of the other parts to this could be kind of sticky. So if we do one vote on whether to start the process, if that vote passes, then I suggest we vote on the second part, which is those 3 options. I think that is a way to cut down on some of the confusion or contention. And that's my recommendation. President Hernandez Jarvis, obviously you're the president and you're chairing the meeting, so you'll decide how we do the vote. But I would like us to actually break it up, which means we would almost have 2 discussions, right? So the first discussion, do we go forward with the process, which is what we're having now? If the answer ends up being yes, come back to the second part, board members, which option do you want to use? That's my suggestion.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Trustee Phillips. We can check with Mr. Freeman on that shortly after we're done with our comments from the board and discussion. Trustee Lara?
Yes, I want to thank Trustee Cotton Blake and Trustee Garcia Avila. You hit it right on the head, that this is a political bias that is in play here, and also it's a severe conflict of interest. It's not the best practice. It's not appropriate at this time. I think the people bringing this forward have their own agenda. I don't think that this is something that we want to do right now. And personally, I want to thank our superintendent for his leadership in this pandemic and getting distance learning together, the partnerships, all of the things that have been achieved in the middle of this emergency. And I just don't think this is necessary to do this at this time. And I hope that, you know, we will make the more intelligent decision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Trustee Cuevas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been thinking about this for a hot minute. I think it's important to look at this whole item in relation to a set of occurrences. And it's important for the public to understand that. And the reason why I think it's important for me is that's how I happen to understand the world. As a matter of fact, I just did this Strengths Finder assessment again, and one of my strengths is context. Context, I think, is very important for every decision that gets made. And there's a whole set of folks who will argue that context is about the past, so don't think about it. But I do think the past is important. And part of the context here is that there are a set of considerations that are out for the board to consider. One is you do have a sitting superintendent that is in his final year, as according to his current contract. That is a fact. It is also a fact that there is no indication yet as to whether there's limitations as to whether a board majority as a whole, whoever that board majority might be, would choose to re-enter a contract with that superintendent. And I know that that leaves the possibility that, while folks might not agree, you could in fact end up with the same superintendent, even if we did open up the process again and now. The other thing I want to talk about in terms of context is the notion of what is about to occur. And that is in fact an agreed upon understanding that we will have an election. And in many ways, while folks are running for this board, one of the things that I've come to learn is that there are very few things you actually have an opportunity to control in your leadership. I'll state that again. There are very few things that you actually have direct control in your leadership. And as a matter of fact, the only thing you do have direct control is every single vote you decide to take. Beyond that, it's a majority that decides things for this district. And one of the things you do get to decide very directly is, in fact, who will be the superintendent. So the significant role of a board, an individual sitting in this seat, is in fact the one thing that that board member gets to exercise directly, superintendency. I had the opportunity to do that while I was sitting on this board. And I certainly know that because of that, I respect what that role is. And I actually understand that the decision to start this search is irrelevant to me. I think it will be started. I think it absolutely will be started, knowing what I just said. We could end up with a new soup, we could end up with the same soup, but there's no question that this board or another board, or at some point, a search will be started. So for me, the notions of courage is not necessarily, for me, the point that I think is important to frame the issue. The issue is about timing. That's the issue. And so when I think about context, that's where timing comes into play for everything. To what extent does it matter for me when we talk about moral and legal obligations? I have a moral obligation to not hoard, to not, this is my personal opinion, to not make judgments for a district that I will be departing in this leadership role. To me, that's what moral obligation is on my on my conscience. And I do know that the consequence of that decision is something that needs to be held with the new board, whoever that new board will be. But if there are notions around context where folks don't believe that this is in fact the old board trying to weigh in on the choice of who the superintendent will be, then I ask that you actually dig deeper and think about whether you believe that to be true or not. If it is not so important, then why would individuals running for school board, including sitting school board members, be basing their endorsements for potential candidates on whether somebody aligns with their view that there should be a superintendent change? That tells you that there are existing folks on this board who do want to help pick the next soup, and they want to help do it now and shape it now, which is fine. That's what politics are. But I at least believe in transparency, and I at least believe in laying out to you what I see as the context for which is happening. Within that context is a decision that I have to make while we are in the middle of a pandemic. And if you believe that my bringing this up is about pandemic pandering, then you probably haven't been paying attention to the school board meetings that I've been a part of the last year, particularly the last 5-6 months. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Starting off the decision for the new soup, I think is very important. It's a timely one, or at least not a new soup, but at least the process on who will be contracted. But it's not my priority right now. My priority right now is making sure we get through this pandemic. But there is a time and a place for everything. And the timing will be that there will be a time to start this process. I just don't believe it's now. I think that it's even would be a month, 2 months away. And that would be a win-win for bringing it closer to letting folks know who they're voting. Campaign conversation for our community. People should know what their vote is going to mean and why they're voting for who and what that consequence is. So I would not deny that. That's a part of democracy, a part of our discourse as a community. And I actually agree with the inertia and the energy. If the energy is eventually going in this direction, that's fine. I accept that. I just think it's premature right now. I actually would be more comfortable if we actually started this conversation, because all it is really calling for a request for RFPs to start the process of choosing who will lead us through that process. I would be okay even starting that in October, end of October, closer to November, so folks can have a real conversation with those candidates. Because the only folks who've been having conversation with those candidates right now about this issue are other board members on this board. And I do think that's important for the public to have that conversation before you vote. So for me, that is my sense of morality and legal obligation, that it is in fact something that will come to pass and it will happen. I just think that the timing for me is suspect as to why right now. It's not a question of if. And I would ask us not to conflate the question of timing and if placed or not, because I think there's a lot of conflation happening. I think there's a lot of confusion happening around that right now. I think there is plenty of time to get community input and get closer to being able to let the community have a decent conversation with who will be potentially leading this district at the governance level moving forward come November. And for that reason, I will be asking that we actually table this item until next month, the end of next month or November, because I'm okay with moving it forward. I just think that right now, I'd rather have us focus our energy on getting us through, again, this pandemic. We just opened school a month ago. I think that's actually what matters most to parents, if they know, and community members, if they know this question will come up again, and we guarantee that it will. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. I would like to, share my input with you too. I think that for me, it makes sense to start the process now. I think that the new board will have their hands full. As some of you mentioned, this is going to be a long process, and we are in a pandemic. That is true. The need, though, does not stop at a pandemic. And we know that there's a need to get things in order so that the next board can have a smooth transition and be able to continue the work that we started. And they may choose to not, to do away with it. That is going to be their choice, and it's going to be a new board. But I believe it is our duty that we start the process, because we know that our current superintendent, the contract expires next summer. And the process will be months long, and we are responsible for doing our part before the next board comes on board, because once they are actually sworn in, is this going to be the first thing on their plate? Like, is that what our legacy is going to be, that we're going to leave them up to the whole process to still be dealing with the effects of a pandemic, or maybe even still be in the thick of it? Like, we don't know that. We don't know if that's going to hold. So are they going to say we're going to put it off because we're still in a pandemic? I don't think so. I think that what they're going to say is that they're going to continue the process, or they're going to choose to change whatever they need to change. But I believe that it is my duty as an elected official to make sure that I make the hard decisions, even when they seem to be difficult or tense or bring tension to the board. I think that the process that we need to do is set it up. Like, we actually have to set it up, because we know we're not going to be ultimately the ones that are going to make the choice of who's going to be the superintendent. We are just setting up the process, and that's what I'm trying to communicate with everybody here on the board and in the community, that we are needing to ensure that we set the tone and that we set the process for the next board. If we tell them that at the first board meeting they have to start this process, that's going to have them back. That's going to hold them back. Like, this process is going to lag, and we're not going to be in a position to really go out and look for people that are going to fit the needs of the district for this position. And that is one of my concerns, because like I said, the pandemic, it may or may not be under control next January. We don't know that. We may or may not have a vaccine. Those are the decisions that board's gonna have to make. How do we phase in hybrid education? Do we go in person already? They're gonna be dealing with that. They're gonna have to be dealing with, okay, which assessments are we going to use? How are we going to ensure that kids who need to have additional support still get it? Like, those are going to be big questions still. And so we have been, this is my second year serving. So I know some of you are more seasoned in this work than me, but I know that this is going to be a big ask of a new board to say, like, set up the whole process. You're brand new, maybe serving in public office for the first time. And yeah, go ahead with all of this, because the previous board could not take it on because they felt like it was not the right time. So that to me really begs the question of, when is the right time to start this? And I think Mr. Freeman can probably share some information about the timeline, but I think that if I just say hands off, I'm not going to do anything to set up the process, I would actually be leaving this for the next board, because the water is never still. There's always going to be a wave, regardless of if there's election, regardless if there is not an election. And for me personally, this is about setting up the process. I'm not choosing the person that's going to fit that role. I'm not choosing that person. That's going to be completely to the autonomy of the community and the new board. But it is my role to set up the process so that the next board can actually take on these steps and not be overwhelmed by having to have months-long community outreach, engagement, surveys that may take a month, to actually engage all of the core stakeholders. That's going to take a long time, and they're still, so are we going to say we're not going to do it because we're going to set you up to do it later? You're going to set it up to do it later in a pandemic still after the holiday break? Like, we know how these months go. They may seem like they're 30, 31 days, but they're actually very short for business days. So in reality, if we say we're going to table it until the 23rd, we're going to table it until October, we're going to drag it out. When we have the LCP to do, we have a lot of other business to take care of. And for me, that's of importance. We have to get it done so the next board can come in, take over that process, and continue. And they're going to have the autonomy to focus on what is their priority and move forward. But I think my role is to set this up and to be responsible and not walk away from the responsibility of setting it up. So I'm going to ask Mr. Freeman if he can talk a little bit about this, and just since you've had an idea of the thoughts that we're all sharing. And I think that Trustee Phillips posed an important question. If we take on essentially two considerations, one, if we need to have a vote to move forward with this, and two, the option. And I think Trustee Cuevas, if I want to clarify that you said that you would actually be interested in tabling this item. So if you wouldn't mind, after Mr. Freeman shares out, if you wanted to make that motion, then I think that would be the time to entertain that. But I do want to hear from Mr. Freeman.
Certainly, thank you. And let me start with Trustee Phillips' question just on the procedural standpoint. I don't see any reason why you can't bifurcate this issue or divide it into the question first of, is there interest in starting a process now? And then second, separately having a discussion and possible vote on what that process would look like, what actual steps you'd follow. Within the Brown Act, they're all within the agenda item that you've got. So procedurally, I don't see any issue with that. It would just take, I believe, a motion by a board member to have that bifurcation and make that first part of whether there's going to be a decision to do something now. So that's procedurally allowable. On the timeline, if I can just comment on that, the fact of the matter is that there are districts that do searches in 2 or 3 months. It happens, often it happens because the superintendent leaves suddenly, or there's a sudden parting of the ways, or in some very sad instances, somebody passes away or becomes ill. And you can do it in 2 or 3 months. I mentioned earlier that a typical timeline is about 6 months. There's a reason for that, which is, as was mentioned, really January is sort of the kickoff for a lot of school districts in starting to get the word out that the opening is there. And the way to attract the most candidates generally is to hit the streets, as we sometimes call it, in that sort of January to February period. If you want to have a meaningful period of public input on what criteria are going to be used for the selection of a superintendent and coming up with that job description, which I know we've heard tonight from several speakers, including from the public, is of interest, you have to build in the time to do that. What I will say is that you really have options in front of you. If you want to hold off and let the new board really start this process, it's a little hard to imagine that they would be starting that in earnest at their very first meeting in December, being able to get too far, because you'll have at least 3 board members who are attending their first board meeting. So you're really talking about January starting the process to move forward. And could that result in a superintendent being selected by June? Yes, that gives you the 6 months. If you hit the ground running in January, one of the things you always have to keep in mind is things don't always go smoothly. Sometimes you find a candidate and you may even make that candidate an offer and they may decline the offer. And then you have to sort of restart a little bit or go to another candidate that was highly regarded. And so you always want to build in a little bit of cushion, if at all possible, towards the end. So ideally you want to finish the process not in June, but rather in May, or if you can, even a little bit earlier than that. So all of this is by way of saying you can make this timeline work however you want. If you want that significant public input, you do want to consider the possibility of starting earlier rather than later. We also heard from Trustee Cuevas the possibility of starting at least the RFQ process for the selection of the search firm, possibly before a new board is seated. Every step that you take now before that new board comes on will be one less step that that board then has to sort of put the brakes on, get their hands around, and start with. And so timeline-wise, I'm here to tell you have some flexibility. The general rule is you always want more time rather than less to really do it right and not rush the process. But I've also seen completely successful processes that have taken 3 or 4 months, or sometimes even less if it's necessary. So in the end, it's not the timeline that will decide this for you as much as the policy decision, I think, of do you want to be the board that starts this process in motion? So the new board inherits the process, and has been pointed out tonight, that new board can stop the process if they so choose. Or do you want to leave it to the new board to start the process entirely? And then there was another option floated tonight of maybe you start the RFQ process to find the search firm before the new board comes on, but hold off on the rest of the process until that group is here. So legally, it's all allowable. Timeline-wise, you will be, you'll have an easier time of it, just as far as fitting within the timeline of the search, the sooner you get going. But even if you waited until January, you could make it. It would just be a little more rushed.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Trustee Cuevas, I see you raising your hand.
So, Madam Chair, just some additional comments. One, I just want to make clear that I am not arguing that we not start the process. I'm just saying that this is, the timing is off. If you bring this vote to me at the end of October or November, I will happily vote yes. But let me tell you why I think the timing is off. We have a learning continuity plan that needs to be set and delivered to the county by September 30th. We have a whole discussion that we're putting off right now for learning in the real time, in the moment, in the pandemic, that we're holding off now because we're having this conversation right now. I know there is something in leadership about keeping multiple balls in the air and juggling them all at once, but part of leadership also needs to be focused on identifying which one of those balls, if it gets dropped, or if you lack the same values of community input, of getting to where you need to be, is a little more important right now. But I want to make it clear, because to me the issue isn't about whether we should start this. I hear you, I see that. But I also think there's a way to create a win-win, which is give more folks time to have discussion in the community so that in fact who they vote for becomes that proxy on what they want to do about the other question that people are trying to make this about. You know, I see frowns, which tells me folks don't agree with that. But if you're truly for a democratic conversation, then let people talk about it and make their choices based on the one thing they have control over, their vote. The other thing, though, is the timing is fine with me. I do think that there is time, even per what Mr. Freeman said, to still get community input. As a matter of fact, you could start community input, technically, Mr. Freeman, not even about this process, but just about what is it that the stakeholders in our community would like to see in this district moving forward. And start that conversation. But to me, it's about timing. And because of that, I would just like to move that we table this decision on timing, not that we won't make this start of the process, but that we table it until after at least September 30th, until at least we focus. And if you all choose, the majority of this board choose not to do it, that's fine. But if I'm going to focus on what I can do about in the moment, the reality is the pandemic has made it more easier for us to have engagement because all we got to do is sit in our homes and get on a computer. Before, we used to actually have to travel and set up appointments across this large district to go talk to everybody about collecting. And that's still something we'll have to do, but it can be scheduled now where more engagement can actually happen. So for me, it's just a matter of I'm going to choose to balance all of that obligation, all of that priority based on what I think is most important right now. And more important for me is getting our learning continuity plan. And as much energy as we spend on whether we should kick this off, because folks, I won't make judgments on whether folks believe the decision as to whether there's a judgment on this sitting soup. I choose to spend my energy on how we're going to serve our current students right now in the moment. And I think that's echoed by, again, the wisdom of our students on this board. And I choose to listen to them before, and I will choose to listen to them again tonight. They care about learning continuity now in the moment. There's time to get to that. That is actually wisdom beyond its years, and I'm going to follow it. And so I'd like to motion that we table this until at least the end of October.
I would like to second that.
So Trustee Cuevas motion that this be tabled until the end of October, item F6, superintendent search, and it was seconded by Trustee Lara. Can we please take a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panis, no.
Phillips, no.
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, no. Motion fails. Students voted yes. Trustee Lara, Trustee Cuevas voted yes. Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips, and Trustee Hernandez Jarvis voted no.
President Hernandez Jarvis, may I make a motion?
Yes, Trustee Phillips.
I move that we bifurcate the two issues, taking first the question as to whether we will start the process now, and taking second, if the first motion is approved, what the option is that we would like to follow.
So Trustee Phillips, you want to have two separate votes. So one on
So the first one would be
whether to start the process, and then the next one on one of the three options listed.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion, but I'm not completely clear on, I thought we just decided we were going to start it. We were not going to delay, we were going to start. So I'm wondering if Trustee Phillips.
What I think just happened is that Trustee Cuevas tried to stop us from having the discussion and vote. So she voted to table the question, period. So we just said, we're not going to table it. We're going to make a decision on it tonight. And now I'm suggesting how we move forward in making that decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. So Trustee Panas?
I don't have any further comments. I understand what he's doing, and I'm ready to do that.
And you seconded the motion, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Board, can we please take a vote?
Do you want any further conversation, President Jarvis?
Excuse me?
Do you want any further conversation from the other trustees about this?
If
before we
anybody
vote?
has any comment they would like to make, I think we've heard right now, and I would like to urge us to vote unless anybody else has any further comment to clarify.
Wait,
Madam Chair, I'd just like to clarify. First, I'd like to get recognized.
Trustee Cuevas, and I think Trustee Cotton Blake also had his hand up, and I think I heard him.
Okay. I just want to clarify that my last action was to table it until October. So again, it was just to, put on the brakes on making this decision tonight. It wasn't to stop actually making this decision at some point. I just want to make sure I'm clear of that.
Thank you for clarifying. Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Cotton Blake?
I was just wondering, could we have one more brief clarification on what it is we're voting on here?
Yes, of course. So we're voting to have this be a two-part process. So to vote on whether to start the process, and then to have a vote on one of the three options listed on this agenda item. So then the vote right now would be to separate those two so that we take a vote for each of those two pieces.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. So the vote is essentially just to separate it into two questions. Is that what we're voting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Are we ready to take a vote?
Cotton Blake, no.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, no.
Cuevas, no.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. And that was Trustee Cotton Blake voting no, Trustee Garcia Avila voting yes, Trustee Lara voting no, Trustee Cuevas voting no, Trustee Phillips voting yes, Trustee Panas voting yes, and Trustee Hernandez Jarvis voting yes. So the motion passes to separate the two and to now have a vote on the first part being a vote on whether to start the process, and we're going to need a motion for that. And then the other part is to select one of the three options listed on the agenda.
President Jarvis.
Trustee Panas?
Yes. So I would like to move that we select option 2, but then I'd also like to suggest, that we go ahead and issue the RFQ with some changes, that we change the date at the top, that we change the superintendent start date in Roman 2, item O, to July 1, 2020, that in section Roman 3, we replace items A through E with a much simpler item, since we're not trying to define the entire schedule. Just say that between October and December of 2020, that we will, through a variety of meetings and forums in October and November, meet with the Superintendent Search Committee. The selected firm will meet with the Superintendent Search Committee, the school board, and a wide variety of stakeholders to clarify and determine views regarding desirable education, training, experience, and personal characters of the candidate. And these are basically the same things that are there right now, modified to include the Superintendent Search Committee. Meet with designated stakeholders as directed by the Superintendent Search Committee and the school board to develop a leadership profile and job description for the new superintendent, with the final job description ready for approval by the board on or before December 11th. That means it would be on the first board agenda of the new board.
So Trustee Panas, I want to clarify. So then you seconded the motion to vote on whether to start the process, but then you're adding about the other vote.
I'm sorry, I thought I made the motion. Did Trustee Phillips make the motion?
Yes, but I think the
Oh, I'm
things
sorry.
that you're talking about now come in the second part. That's all. I think that's
okay.
For the other vote. So the vote that we just took was to take this as two separate votes.
Yeah.
So now the first vote that we're doing is to vote on whether to start the process now. So if we can just take up that one. So you seconded that one, Trustee Panas. Is that?
Okay.
Well, no, we haven't had that motion yet. So Trustee Panis, if you want to make the motion to start the process now.
I thought Trustee Phillips had made that motion.
I made the motion to bifurcate. That motion passed. And now we need, and then now you've called for a motion to start the process. So I'll make that motion because that hasn't been made yet. So I move that we start the superintendent search process now.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. I believe Mr. Panis was making a motion that included starting it now, and he added all these other things. Whether it's out of order or not, he's still entitled to make his motion.
If we want to go two motions, I'm fine.
Yes, so Trustee
Yeah.
Panas, we had voted to separate the two so that we would have
Yes.
options on whether to start the process and then which option for the process. So thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for clarifying that. For some reason, I thought that Trustee Phillips had made the motion and that Trustee Panas had seconded it and was explaining additional things he wanted to add to it. So I appreciate the clarification. So then Trustee Panas was making the motion. So can you state the motion that you're making, Trustee Panas?
Okay, sure. So I'm moving that we select option 2 that was presented to us, which is to use a new board subcommittee to guide the process, potentially.
Can I just make a point of order?
Sure.
Because
Yes.
we're getting really confused. Right now, all we need is a motion to say that we are starting the process.
Okay, fine. So moved.
Thank you, Trustee
Second. Second.
Moved by Trustee Panas, seconded by Trustee Phillips to start the process of the superintendent search. Can we please take a vote just on that?
Cotton Blake, no.
Garcia Avila abstain.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, no.
Cuevas, no.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes. Phillips, Trustee Panas, Trustee Hernandez Jarvis voting yes. Trustee Cuevas, Trustee Lara voting no. Trustee Cotton Blake voting no. Trustee Garcia Avila abstaining.
Now, Tom, it's what you're trying to do.
Okay.
Trustee,
So I'd like to move that we, in moving forward with the process, that we issue an RFP very similar to the one that we have in front of us that Mr. Friedman so kindly provided from 2016. So on the 6th or 7th line of that RFQ, it has the date of January 20, 2016. We need to update that date. On the second page in item O in Roman 2, it says that the superintendent will start July 1, 2016. I would change that to 2021. And then in item 3, item A, I would make that first date range just be October to December of 2020. And I would actually discard all the other items, everything else in A through E, but then just add some much simpler things since we're not actually trying to prescribe the entire schedule. I'd like to suggest that we say that through a variety of meetings and forums in October and November, meet with the superintendent search committee, the school board, and a wide variety of stakeholders to clarify and determine views regarding desirable education, training, experience, and personal characteristics of candidates. That's one bullet. A second bullet is meet with designated stakeholders as directed by the superintendent search committee and the school board to develop a leadership profile and job description for the new superintendent, with a final job description ready for approval by the board on or before December 11th, 2020. That December 11th is the day the agenda would be posted for the first meeting of the new board. And then third and last bullet is work with the superintendent search committee and the school board to develop a plan and timeline for recruitment, selection, and communication. And then that's how I would modify section 3. I'd also suggest that we change the due dates for responses in section 4 to September 21. Normally these things are issued with a 1 to 2 week response time. That would be 12 days.
Trustee Panas, can you repeat that last part? September.
Okay, in section 4, on the second line, it says responses are due by February 8, 2016. I'm saying September 21, 2016. These responses are normally due in 1 to 2 weeks. That would be 12 days from today or 10 days from Friday. And I'm also thinking we should ask, based on what we've heard from the community tonight, ask the board president to select a small representative group who could provide suggestions to the board on criteria to be used when deciding on firms to be interviewed. You know, we got some significant public input on that. So that's my motion. That's a little bit long, but that's how I'm suggesting we proceed, and I'm happy to have a thorough discussion about that.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Phillips?
So I totally agree with Mr. Panis around option 2. And I don't necessarily disagree with any of the other things. Mr. Panis, I'm wondering if we do select option 2, because there are some dates, and you just said a lot.
Yeah, I know I did.
I'm wondering if we do select option 2, if that committee from option 2 could actually discuss what you're talking about and bring it back to the board, just for the board to be able to, because I'm still trying to digest
Of
some
course,
of
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's my only. I would second that. I second his motion, and he doesn't have a problem with the other parts that he brought in. That committee bringing that back to the board as a recommendation, so the board has an opportunity to digest all of that.
Okay,
Thank you. So Trustee Phillips seconded that. If Trustee Panas, do you accept that?
I accept it. I accept his amendment. It's basically just saying, like, I proposed a bunch of functions to happen, and that instead of proposing all those functions, we ask a superintendent search committee to bring back to the board recommendations regarding how we'll move forward.
Yes. So then the motion is for the board to vote on option 2, appointing a new board subcommittee to guide the process, potentially including the review of RFQ responses in a search firm or firms to the board. And all of the details that Trustee Panas had shared right now with this motion will actually be discussed in that subcommittee as part of the process. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion was made by Trustee Panas, It was seconded by trustee Phillips. Is there any more discussion from board members, or are we ready for a vote?
Madam Chair, that 10-minute conversation confused me. Can you repeat the motion that
Yeah.
we're voting on, please?
So the motion is to choose option 2, which is appointing a new board subcommittee to guide the process, potentially including the review of the RFQ responses and a search firm or firms to the board. So all of the things that trustee Panas was listing and putting in his motion would actually not be there. They would actually be part of the discussions that the board subcommittee would have. So it would be adopting option 2. That's what the motion is right now.
Yes.
Did you have any further comment, trustee Cuevas?
No further comments, Madam Chair. Just other than that, again, I think that this is an ill-timed waste of our time. That's all.
Cuevas. Thank you. Okay, board, let's take a vote, please.
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Yanis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, no.
Cuevas, no.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Trustee Garcia Avila, trustee Cotton Blake voted yes. Trustee Lara, trustee Cuevas voting no. Trustee Phillips, trustee Panas, trustee Hernandez Jarvis voting yes. The motion passes to adopt option 2, appointing a new board subcommittee to guide the process, potentially including the review of RFQ responses and a search firm or firms to the board. Thank you, board. And thank you, public. With that, we have finished our first action item, which is action item F6, superintendent search process. And now we're going to the process for selection of superintendent search firm. And now we're going to resume the order to the first action item F1 on the agenda. That was action item F6 that we just finished. So now we're going to go to action item F1. And after that, after we're done with action item F5, we're going to go to committee communication. Thank you.
Good evening, board, Mr. Duffy and audience. I'm here to present the action item for the revision of board policy 5121, which is our grading policy. And that coupled with a MOU that was developed with the United Teachers of Richmond and the district to look at our grading policy as we move into distance learning. In the spring, when we shifted, of course, with very little notice, we shifted to distance learning. We revisited our grading policies and we made some changes in the spring. Primarily, the big move was to narrative-based, strength-based grading model. So we formulated 2 committees, an elementary committee and a secondary committee, to re-examine our grading policies, looking in particular at ways to use this real moment in time to look at our policies around race and equity in the work we're doing as a district as a whole, and looking at the grading policies, in particular how we sort our students and really aren't building on the strengths of our students in this process. So I'd like to read the preamble, which is part of the MOU, because I think that really captures the work of these 2 committees and the stakeholders involved. So the COVID pandemic has exacerbated already existing inequitable outcomes for our students in a distance learning environment. During this unprecedented time in education, we need to examine how our grading policies do or do not support our beliefs as educators. Many of these inequities are manifested in the grading practices used to perpetuate systems of sorting rather than providing meaningful feedback and communication that afford students the opportunity to build upon their strengths while growing as scholars. Our work is to establish recommendations and guidelines for more equitable grading practices during distance learning and beyond when we return to physical classroom. This is an opportunity and time to challenge our mindset about report cards and grades and align with the current research in this area. This year is a transitional as we learn together. The guidance below represents the collaborative work of the district, the site administration, UTR, and other stakeholders. So we ask that the board approve this policy change in 5121, as well as accept the MOU.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. Do we have public comment for this item?
We do have one public comment.
Thank you.
Miss Goldie Williams, you're able to unmute now.
Good evening, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Regarding the grading policy, I just wanted to state that I want to acknowledge and appreciate the protection that has been included for our secondary students. Many of our students are very stressed and very concerned about their grades, and as many have stated, going through a lot of things they've never experienced before. So that's greatly appreciated. And personally, I'm especially appreciative as I am a mother of a current senior at El Cerrito High School. I would like to hear more about how these protections are universally applied and monitored. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments at the moment?
I saw two other hands go up during that comment, so these next two.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Joseph Gletzer, you're next.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Joseph Glatzer and I'm a teacher at Hercules Middle. And just from my experience with distance learning last year, when we didn't have an A through F system, we saw a lot of students drop off and stop doing their work. And so to me, to not have an A through F system is actually more inequitable than not having a grade system, because what ends up happening is the kids who are of a higher socioeconomic status are going to do the work no matter what, whether it's graded or not. But the kids from a lower socioeconomic status, maybe with parents who are less involved, they're very stressed, you know, there's lots of family issues going on, they're not going to be as likely to do the work if it's not graded. So I think it's going to widen inequities if we don't have an A through F grading system. And I have seen, for better or for worse, this is our system they've been used to since kindergarten, is grades are the motivating factor. And so I'm glad that there's protections built into this. And I've always said we should have, you know, flexibility. We should give extra time as needed. We should make exceptions for those children who have family situations going on or don't have access to internet or anything like that. But at the end of the day, we do need to have a grading system for our students, which motivates them, and grades do motivate students in my experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I clarify something regarding the comments?
Yes.
We did not eliminate the A to F system for secondary. We kept A to F system in this grading policy. We're looking at the role of grading within a teacher's gradebook, for example, and looking at equitable ways to like eliminating 0 grades for missed assignments and things like that. So the A to F system will remain our grading policy for secondary.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio.
Zulan Harrison, you can unmute now.
Okay, hello. I wanted to make sure that you guys consider parent engagement with this, because it's fine that y'all figured out something, but we need to be a part of that so we can support our children in making sure that it's just not a fail grade they get when there's no response, but there's communication so we can understand that what our children are expected to do and that they're mastering topics and subjects that they're supposed to be doing. And there's some communication about the expectations, so it's not just left on the child and parent if the child fails. So please, you guys need to make sure that you're involving parents, and especially the lowest performing group, Black parents that have students that are not being equity considered. We don't have all the tools sometimes, and I heard you mention it, but I want to make sure that that stays in the front of all the students that are lowest performing, because that's what you guys are here to do. You're here and you're in business to educate children. So that needs to be ensured that you're addressing that and including parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public community members signed up for public comment?
One more was added. Do you want me to allow it? Okay.
Yes, please.
Scotty Smith, you can unmute. Scotty, can you hear me? Are you able to unmute?
Okay. What I would like to say about this is along the lines of what Ms. Harris just said. I think that this conversation should include more of parent input. I think that is one of the most essential parts of this, because I have no problem as such, as I sit in on the committee's work, with the elementary portions of the process. But there were concerns regarding the secondary level in terms of mastery. And the one thing is the definition of what is meant by mastery that this district is talking about, because mastery can have different meanings. And so I think parents need to be involved, and they should hear those definitions and what this means. I think it would be a good thing for this district to move toward teaching all of our children mastery in terms of subject areas. But I don't think, as this is laid out now, there has not been enough discussion about it. And it definitely had not. I went to the meeting only because I was going as an interpreter for a parent who wanted to know what are they talking about, because the parent didn't know. And I came away somewhat confused. And I think that there is things that need to have a broader discussion in terms of what we are going, how this district will move forward in terms of teaching our kids to master the standards. So that's my 2 cent or 50 cent worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. And so now, board, is there a motion to begin discussion? No? So Trustee Panas?
Yes, I'd like to move that we adopt the grading policy as proposed by the staff.
Trustee Panas made the motion.
I would like to second that, Madam Chair.
Trustee Cueva seconded the motion. Okay, board, let's have a discussion. So Trustee Cotton Blake?
Yeah, thank you. So one question that I have is, will the opportunity to select pass or no pass, or pass or credit, be implemented in the MOU? Or is it already somewhere implemented in the MOU?
So unfortunately, we could not get that to be part of this MOU at this time. In the work of negotiating this with our different bargaining groups and trying to get this available, we found that we were not going to be able to get to that point yet, which is really why we're stressing that this is a transition. Sometimes it takes time to get to those places. What we did include in the secondary elements were ability for students to resubmit courses or assignments for increased grades, the ability not to be lowered a grade for turning in late, for example, and having some time to make sure they get those grades turned in, these assignments turned in, asking for extensions on assignments as well. That was some considerations that were built into this MOU specifically, but not the pass, no pass piece.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
One question that I have is, did students have input in this MOU?
So there's a student on the learning implementation team who contributed to the discussion around this grading policy and reviewing and providing information. And she did share that there was a want around pass, no pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cotton Blake and Trustee Garcia Avila. Trustee Panas?
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. I'm very happy with what the staff has put together here, and I see a lot here that's in the Grading for Equity work, the book by Joe Feldman. I'm hopeful we can keep moving this forward. However, I'm just realizing this is a board policy. We cannot adopt it on the first reading. So I would like to modify my amendment, and I hope the seconder will approve that we recommend this come back for approval at our next meeting.
Mr.
Just a
Panis,
Panas?
just very quickly, Mr. Panis, thank you for the catch. I have something that I want to say a little later. It might influence what you're saying a little more if you just hold on off of that change a little bit, but that's up to you.
Okay, as long as I get a chance to make a change later, no problem.
President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Panas, thank you. Trustee Phillips, thank you. Mr. Duffy?
I just want to note, I do believe our board bylaws allow us to adopt new policy on a first reading if we deem it is necessary. So we have done that in the past, and I think our families are very interested in knowing the grading policy, as our students are going forward, as we're in week 4 already of the term. So I would encourage us, if we can, via discussion, to try our very best to move this item forward so students and families know what the grading policy is. I think waiting another 2 weeks is a lot for students right now.
That's correct. It is within both Ed Code and our policy that the board has the prerogative to adopt on first.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy and Dr. Wold. Trustee Panas, had you finished your comment?
Yes, but I'm certainly interested. I mean, I appreciate what Mr. Duffy and Dr. Wold said. I want to hear what the other trustees have to say, and maybe I'll leave my motion the same, or maybe I'll want to change it.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
So this is an example of the board not being informed about what its authority actually is. We have conversations about what is in the bailiwick of the board, and we all know, because we hear it constantly, that the board sets policy. Well, right now, what we're talking about is a policy, a grading policy. Now, I understand that Mr. Aurelio or someone else on staff has actually went to negotiate what that policy is, but this is not a bargainable issue. So when I hear Mr. Cotton Blake say that, you know, what about pass, no pass, when I hear Scotty Smith call in and say, you know, we want more parent input, when I hear Zalon Harrison call in and say more parent input, and then when I hear Mr. Aurelio say, well, we tried to negotiate that in, but we couldn't get it in this negotiation, that tells me that we don't even understand that we don't even have to negotiate this, because this is a policy. We could pass whatever grading policy we want as a board with absolutely no negotiation. Now, I'm not saying that we should not speak to the teachers about this, but the idea that we are somehow negotiating what the policy is going to be that we are empowered by the state of California to set, I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think we should do it with input, of course, but I don't think that this should be tied to an MOU at all, and it doesn't have to be. So that's why, Mr. Panis, I said I had some comments. You were talking about it being a board policy and doing a second read, and I'm saying this is not an MOU issue. And by making it an MOU issue, what we are essentially doing is taking away our authority as a board to set the grading policy, even if it's only temporarily taking it away. I do not suggest that the board does that, because the board is essentially giving away its authority. That's what we're doing right now. So that's my comment on the MOU. As far as the policy, and now if staff wants to bring, and I'll give you an example so you know what I'm saying is not smoke, right? Last school year, we changed the policy, if you all remember, around grading in the pandemic. We did not do that with an MOU. And we did not do that with an MOU because we didn't have to. Somehow an MOU has gotten jiggered into this process, but that's not necessary at all. That's how we did it last time. We just changed it. We had 2 readings and we changed it. And we can do that again if necessary. I want to talk about the actual board policy just for a moment and ask a question. And this part is under unexcused absences. There's a section that's stricken. It's the part that says if a student misses class without an excuse and does not subsequently turn in homework, take a test, or fulfill another class requirement which he/she missed, the teacher may lower the student's grade for non-performance. That part is stricken, and then there's an addition. And the addition says, for the purposes of grading during distance learning, unexcused absences shall not be considered a valid criteria for lowering a student's grade. So I don't have any problem with the addition, but what I do have a problem with is the deletion. We are supposed to be preparing these children to go out into the real world. And when you go out into the real world and get a job, if you don't show up, you get fired. If you don't hand in your test, i.e. do your work at your job, you get fired. We cannot set up a policy that teaches kids if they don't show up or they don't do their work, that there are no consequences. And that's exactly what we do by striking that language. Now, I understand we are in a pandemic and there are going to be times when children are not going to show up. And there are going to be legitimate reasons for that. And that's why I'm okay with the additional language where it says for the purposes of distance learning during this time. I get that. I'm totally okay with that. But if you take out that first part, that means that when we go back and distance learning is no longer the what we're doing or the model, which will happen at some point, we will have changed the policy permanently that says if a child does not do his or her work or does not come to school, that it will not affect his or her grade. We would be doing a disservice to our children by doing that. So my request, and this is not a motion, but I'm explaining, this is the discussion part. My request is that the part that was stricken about unexcused absences not affecting their grade, them not doing their work, not affecting their grade, that part stay in. And I get the second part where it talks about, excuse me, distance learning and that not counting right now. That part stays in. The new part, because that will temporarily modify the unexcused absences part, but with them not doing their work. But we are totally doing our kids a disservice. We're totally setting them up for failure by creating a policy that says even when distance learning is over, if you don't come to school or if you don't do your work, that will not affect your grade. Because that's not what's going to happen to them when they go to college. That's not what's going to happen to them when they go to work. And when they don't understand that there are consequences for their behavior, then they're going to get in trouble. And we're going to be to blame for setting up a policy that allowed that. So my recommendation, to be quite frank, is if there is a framework that folks want to do around grading, that we go back to, not completely to the drawing board, but that we take it, what we have proposed right here, that we get some more parent involvement and participation, and that we bring this back to the board, not as an MOU, not as a contract, but just as a proposed policy for the board to adopt with it using its authority to set policy for the district. That is what I recommend.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Lara?
Yeah, I have a couple of concerns here about, you know, we have an MOU, we have a contract with UTR, and the work that goes into making those, you know, making those agreements and making sure we validate those. And then I'm also wondering about, in terms of the UC system and the kind of grades that they may be expecting. And I'm just hoping that those have been considered as well. So to me, those are critical things. And that going forward, if those are taken into consideration, that's what I think is important. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Trustee Cuevas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I doubt it's going to be appreciated, but I just want to point out that we were quick. There was a very quick suggestion to punt this to later with more ease than the notion of going out and looking for a new soup. And this is what I was talking about in terms of put your money where your mouth is if you really care about students and what matters to them right now in the moment. And for me, the issue of whether this is in our contract or within our authority as board, I could be wrong, but it's under my understanding that it's actually both. Is that true that it has to be, there is a contract, is there contract language around grading at all in it? Because I thought we did pass an MOU last year that contained grading provisions. Is that true, Mr. Panis? You're shaking your head. What about you, Mr. Duffy?
So our contract, a couple of things I wanted to just clarify on the way there. So one, let me just clarify a quick point that Ms. Lara made. So the UC system will not allow us to simultaneously offer A to F and pass fail at the same time. So we can't do that. So we are trying to work within the A to F system to create as much flexibility as possible. On the teacher's contract, our current contract with the teachers union speaks to grading, speaks very specifically to grading. So if we want to make changes to that, you know, that's why we do an MOU, because basically it's an agreement around the contract. So my understanding, and Dr. Wold can correct me or another member of staff, is that in the spring, we made an amendment to the board policy because we were making changes around units, GPAs, credits, etc. Right now, because we are pushing for a mastery-based system, right? This is why we wanted to do this collaboratively with our teachers and our principals to really say that we don't think it's appropriate, and we really haven't thought it's appropriate in the past, but to say your grade's going to be based on how much you participate. Your grade's going to be based on how much you raise your hand. Your grade's going to be based on these factors that are not about whether you can master the material. And that's really why I think that line also was stricken in that document that you have attached that Mr. Phillips is referring to just be as explicit as possible that we want this term to be as much about mastery as possible, and that all of these extenuating circumstances that's happening right now should not be a factor in your grade. So that's how I see those. And so, you know, we can nitpick too on the letter of the law, which I'm sure Dr. Wold can help clarify. And I also think there's a spirit of trying to do this in collaboration with the rest of the team across the district.
Correct. And I would refer the board to California Education Code. It's 49066. And just real quickly, it just states that grades are determined by the teacher. There was a case in 1986 that brought up whether or not that teacher could be overruled on their grades. And it basically stated that the summary judgment was the governing board of the school district and the superintendent of such district shall not order a pupil's grades to be changed unless the teacher who determined the grade to the extent practical is given the attempt to explain orally and be proven to be derelict of duty. So where we're at is, indeed, it is the board's focus to create the policy. It is the teacher's focus to implement the policy. As Mr. Duffy said, this is one of those things that has to be done in collaboration, which we did in the spring, creating that piece together. If you go letter of the law either way, you end up with challenges both ways. The goal of this was to define something that was in the best interest of students, following along that ed code.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Madam, thank you for answering my questions. I'm just gonna stop talking now. I wanna hurry up and get to a vote on this because I think it's an important issue.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee, I'm next. And then I'll go, and then Trustee Phillips, I see your hand raised. So I think that for me, this really speaks to trying to get to more equity at the core. I definitely believe that communication with families and teachers about grading policies are essential. And I think that we have to communicate what they mean, what the implications are, how they're going to be done, so that it's clear, especially for families, on how to support their kids in distance learning, and for teachers to know what is expected of them as well as we navigate virtual learning. And I think that it's also clear that we're starting to move toward research-based grading policies. And I know that these are not going to be permanent, likely permanent changes, I think, to the policy. And some of our staff actually went, such as Allison Makala and Dr. Breed, participated in the equity and grading through UC Berkeley that Contra Costa County Board of Education trustee Dr. Allen kindly extended us an invitation to as part of the work toward moving toward equitable grading practices and policies district-wide. And I think that I just want to hear a little bit more about the mastery-based approach to kind of give an overview of where the district is starting to pivot toward in terms of equitable grading. And I think at the last governance meeting, Mr. Aurelio, you and your team spoke a little bit about this, and I think that it would help to clarify a little bit of, you know, where we're going, not just with this grading policy, but I think in general with grading, because I think I hear some concerns too that are not just temporary concerns, but they may be also long-term concerns.
You're correct. And so I'm glad you mentioned Dr. Breed and Allison Makala. They did attend the Grading for Equity training at UC Berkeley. And we are moving in that direction. We want to make sure that our teachers are trained exactly on what do we mean when we're talking about mastery-based and strength-based narratives, for example. So part of what we established in this MOU too is to ensure that we're providing that support and training to our teachers. So you'll see a reference to the professional development, especially in our current environment and current year. We separated the Wellness Fridays to allow for us to really work on the adult learners, right? The adults in our organization, and providing them the support they need. And we will be working on that throughout the year. This is not a one and done, and we know this is work that needs to continue as we build. We also know we have to communicate what do we mean by mastery. I think Scotty Smith on the phone earlier in the comments, that was one thing she really wanted to hear from us, is how are we articulating to our families, one, looking at the grade level content standards first and foremost. We do measure the progress our students make based on those grade level content standards. We have the Common Core for that. And specifically as they move into secondary courses, there's specific standards related to those courses. And that's all should be included in the course syllabi when the teachers present that at the beginning of the year as part of the back to school night information for families as well. So we were caught up, because we started the year without a policy in place, necessarily a new policy in place, the teachers had to use the default policy they had, which for secondary was A to F, but for the elementary, at the upper elementary grades, it was also a A to F model. We would be moving away from that and pushing towards the strength base. The other element that we want to include is for our teachers, we know at the elementary level, when it comes to narrative report cards, they're going to need a little more time. So we're making sure we're honoring that for them, because we're expecting them to really put thoughtful engagement in this work around evaluating their students and providing the parents much more pertinent information on the progress their kids are making to meeting those standards.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. I think that there's, thank you for that overview. I think that there's also, you know, the want to know about what does it look like to have your child have mastery in an area. And I think that the Common Core state standards are a starting point, but they're definitely more geared toward the educators and principals and people who are in the field of education. And so what I hear from parents and families is to want to know, like, what does a typical learner, or what does a learner on this learning pathway look like when they're in first grade and second grade? What is the sequence? So like your child can write with a prompt in kindergarten, and first grade they can write still with a prompt or without a prompt, and seeing that sequence over time so that they know, okay, my child is near the target of mastery, or they need to have a little bit more support in this. So I'm excited to see that, because I think that people in our communities, in our schools, have been longing for that. And just the progression of what does it look like to see your child's linguistic growth, educational growth, mathematical growth, and social emotional growth too, I think, especially right now. So I'm excited to learn more about that, and I would be glad to check with my counterpart on the governance committee if you would like to come back and give a deeper presentation as well there, and then bring it to the board. Thank you. Trustee Phillips, I saw your hand raised a little bit ago. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much, President Hernandez-Jarvis. I just want to clarify a couple of things. The board's ability to set the grading policy for the district, that is just a fact. The idea that there's law around how grades can be changed, that, you know, we can't just reach down, or the superintendent or somebody just can't reach down and say, change this person's grade to that. That's a fact too. That's not what we're talking about right now, but that's a fact. The board does have the ability through its authority from the state to set the grading policy. Now, once it's set, the teacher, whoever that teacher is, may give a student a certain grade, and we can't, as a board, be like, oh, well, we don't like that grade, you just change it. Well, we can't do that. We know that as board members, we know that as parents, right? We're told, those of us who have kids in the district, that when grades come out, we cannot just go to the teacher and say, change them. UTR sends out a memo every grading period, an email to its members saying, hey, know that your grades are sacrosanct, and, you know, people just can't force you to change them. That's not what we're talking about here. Then, as far as the contract is concerned, since we've been here in this conversation, I went online, I pulled the UTR contract, the current contract. The word grading only comes up 2 times in that contract. You all can take 30 seconds to pull it yourself. It's on the internet. It only comes up 2 times, and it's not around the grading policy. And the word grade comes up 22 times. And when I did a quick scroll on what those 22 times was, it was the word grade in connection with a number, like grade 4, grade K, grade 9. There was no language in there with the words grading or grade that had to do with the grading policy. And there's a good reason, because the grading policy is the board policy. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this in collaboration. I'm not saying that we should not get input from the teachers. Obviously we should. All I'm saying is that the grading policy changes that we make should be made as a policy, not as an MOU. And if it's this change that people want to do, fine. If it's this change with a few tweaks, fine. I'm just saying, bring us a policy, not an MOU, because I don't want this board to give away its authority. That's all.
And for clarification tonight, there actually is the policy written. The MOU is the implementation process, and the professional development portion, similar to the concept of an administrative regulation there, which is not brought forward. It's the interpretation of the policy. So what the board is actually voting on tonight is not an MOU. They are voting on a potential change in the board policy, as you stated, Mr.
If I may make one last comment, but before we close out. Okay, thank you. I just personally find it interesting that given the MOU that we're discussing now and the ones we've talked about in the past, identifying how little student input there truly is whilst the information directly is affecting the students. Even by way of a committee, anything of that nature of representation from students is lacking in that field. And that just sort of bothers me in a sense because it's directly influencing student success, both in a scholarly manner and their basic child development, because this is affecting students all the way from, secondary all the way through graduating high school. And it just personally irks me that there's so little student input behind the policies that are made. And yes, I'll acknowledge how much legal work there is behind it that would not include students, but just input on its own is something that I feel like needs to be shown much more when making such decisions.
Thank you, Trustee Cotton Blake. Trustee Garcia Avila?
I would also like to comment on that. Just having one student is not enough to contribute to this MOU. We want to talk about equity, but then just use one single student to represent all of our populations, which I think is so unfair. And yeah, this is about us, and it's going to affect us, and we should have a voice in this.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia Avila. Trustee or Mr. Duffy?
Yeah, I just want to, echo those sentiments and say we hear you, and just letting you know we did really take all the information from the summer student town halls that we had, and the young lady, and Ruben or Tony could remind me of her name, who was part of the group, was one of the students who helped facilitate a lot of the work this summer. So we tried to keep that connection between everything we did with the students this summer and who was representing them. So tried to really keep that through line, but certainly hear you in terms of how we can get more student voice and student representation.
And there were additional focus groups that the teachers did with students. DeWitt, our former student board member, was a participant in that work as well, as were other students. So while they don't sit at the negotiations table, there was significant input taken all summer, not just from students, but the Teachers Association ran more input sessions on their own than probably the district did. And we ran 40 some input different sessions. So there was quite a bit built in towards this process. In the end, the MOU is again, how to implement a policy.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf and Mr. Duffy. So I want to echo the comments made by Trustee Cotton Blake and Trustee Garcia Avila, because I think that it's important that we always synthesize the way that the input from students was gathered as well. Because I think that looking at the memorandum of understanding, I think that it's definitely MOU with the United Teachers of Richmond. So that's where like that priority of that memorandum is. But I think that just as we're bringing this forward as a collaboration, I think that we also need to have the student district partnership so that that's clear on like, these are the steps that were taken by the district to be in contact and collaboration and truly listen to students. Because I remember attending part of the town hall that was led by students on grading. And I think that there was a lot of useful information there from, a wide array of students. But I think at the same time, that wasn't necessarily captured in this document. And I think that's kind of what I'm also hearing from students, that it's just not clear exactly how many students were involved, who exactly was given which type of input. Was it elementary? Was it high school? So I think that having that clarity would really help us. And I would suggest that we have that, available. And I'm for this. I am in support of this, but I think of having this policy change to fit the needs of the times. And then I think with the input that we've had from students, I would be okay moving this forward, but I think I would just want to have clarity on paper of what it actually looked like to have the student engagement in the summer and then through the beginning of the school year too. Because I want to honor that and to truly have the student voice heard, not just, to say like, these many students, but these were the actual things that they told us. And I know that former trustee David Vasquez Simala was part of this too. So I think, talking about the experience of not just him, but of the other students who were also part of the process would be key to knowing exactly how we gather the student input.
We can get that together for the board.
Thank you. And if we can have it in the Friday letter, that way it can be public too and the public can access it. That would be
Yes.
great.
We'll work directly with the Teachers Association to get all of their outreach.
Thank you. And thank you to Trustee Cotton Blake and Garcia Avila for raising that issue. Trustee Phillips?
Just one last thing. If this is truly just about implementation, and I bless you, and I don't think that it is, then that's what the ARs are for. That's what administrative regulations are for. If we actually make a board policy and there's some question about how you implement it, that is literally what an AR is. And so that's why I'm going back to what I said earlier. I mean, if we choose to do this as a board, then, that's what the board decides to do. But this is not, this is us actually abdicating and giving away our authority. And if they want to make something around how we implement, you all know what administrative regulations are. Put this in an administrative regulation. If that's what you're really saying this is. So that's it. I'm done. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. So board members, I would like to know if we would want to have this come back to us or if we are ready to move it forward. I'm ready to move it forward with the information that we're going to have about the student involvement and student voice, because I think that there's a lot of families who would like to know what the policy is going to be, as well as educators. And I want us to move to a more equitable grading, but I also understand that there's urgency behind getting this done. And if you don't believe that this is getting done the right way, then you can use your vote to speak up on that.
President Hernandez-Jarvis. Bless
Yes,
you.
Thank you.
So I had a couple more questions, and then we were going to come back to me.
Okay.
So I've heard conversation about elementary schools, and I've heard
Sorry, 1 second. Trustee Lara, would you be able to facilitate this part because I have to run to the restroom? I'm sorry, I will be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we heard conversation about elementary schools, we heard conversation about high schools. What specifically is the implementation at K-8s and middle schools? Or are middle schools the same as high schools? And what about K-8s?
At this moment, the middle school component is going to be viewed like secondary. So it would be under the secondary model, the A to F.
And the K-8s?
Similarly with the K-8s as well, the secondary piece of the K-8s. So the policy that we're showing is the change in the policy would be narrative TK to 6 or TK to 5, depending on the school structure. Because we have a couple of elementary schools that go to 5th grade. And then the middle schools begin at 6th grade or 7th grade, depending on the school structure. We are open to look at sites potentially doing an MOU if they're interested in going fully narrative for K-8.
Okay, thank you. And I'd just like to say about the unexcused absences, I'm very much in favor of the mastery-based thing. And if a kid gets it, I don't actually have a sort of academic objection to unexcused absences. Obviously, there's an impact on us financially if there's an unexcused absence, but I think from an academic perspective, I'm fine. So like, I'm ready to move this forward. I'm just like, I wish we weren't always getting board policies and being told, well, technically it's legal. And I know technically it's legal to pass these on the first time. It's just like, it seems to happen a lot. So, but I'm ready to vote for this.
So, okay, are we ready to take a vote? Was there a motion already? Yeah.
I moved it and Trustee Cuevas seconded it.
Okay, let's take a vote then.
Just a point of clarification really quick. The motion you made, and Mr. Panis, and that was seconded, is that we are adopting the changes for the policy, not the MOU, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a vote now.
Yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, no.
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
And Hernandez Jarvis is out. So,
I just got back. Would you mind repeating the motion?
Mr. Panis, could you repeat it? Oh,
Trustee
you're
Panis,
on mute.
your mic is off.
You made some changes.
It was to amend board policy 5121 with the indicated changes.
And that was seconded by Mr. Phillips. Is that correct? No,
Trustee Cuevas, seconded.
Trustee Cuevas. And it passed all except for Trustee Phillips.
Sorry, so it was to approve the revision to board policy 5121 as is, with Trustee Panis making the motion, Trustee Cuevas seconding it. Okay, got it. Thank you. And were you done voting right now, or were you just calling me too?
We finished the, oh, you didn't vote.
She had just called you, President Hernandez.
Yeah, just called me? Okay. Yes.
Just for the record, I didn't second that motion. I said if Trustee Panis holds on, I have more to say that might influence it. So if you're counting me as the second, then that means the motion never got a second.
No, it was Trustee Cuevas.
No. It was no.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Phillips, for clarifying. Thank you, Trustee Lara, for facilitating while I had to step away. Thank you. Okay, so up next, we have our second action item, F2, conduct a public hearing on the application of the West Contra Costa Unified School District for a waiver of bonding capacity from the California Board of Education with respect to the district's authorized general obligation bonds. And if there is public comment for this one, it would be a good time to raise your hand on Zoom or press *9. And that way, when we get to public comment for this, you can be ready for it. Dr. Wolf, before we open public hearing, do you have anything?
Yes, we put quite a bit of backup into the board item. This is a waiver that is required by law. It is a waiver that we declared that we would pursue when we voted to put Measure R on the ballot, knowing that we would once again be above the 2.5% assessed value cap that's in state law. We have taken, I believe, 4 or 5 different waivers to the state in previous years. They have been as high as 5%, double the state limit of 2.5. This waiver, because assessed value is higher now, would only be for 4.1%. It's a formality that's required to do. We have brought it to our labor unions, and both the teachers and Teamsters have taken a position of support. The other labor unions have taken no position as a neutral position there. It has been delivered to our CBOC and to our other stakeholders. We have not received any significant positive or negative formal declaration from those groups. Again, this is something that the board knew in the resolution we would have to bring forward, and we're asking the board to approve it so we can submit to the State Board of Education our waiver request to try to make the next board meeting, at worst case, the January State Board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. So now we're going to open a public hearing. The public hearing is open. So community members, I encourage you, if you have a public comment that you would like to share with the board, to please raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 to raise your hand if you're calling in with your phone. Thank you. Mr. Aurelio, do we have anyone for public comment?
At this point, we have one public comment.
Thank you. So that will be 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Don Gosney, you may unmute.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm going to make this as brief as possible. On a personal level, I've been involved with this kind of thing numerous times over the decades. This is something that we do on a regular basis. We're not the only people that do it. It's part and parcel with having a bond measure. Virtually every district up and down the state does it. So I'm fully in support of it. But I just thought I heard, I may have been mistaken, that the CBOC was brought into this. We were told about it. Unfortunately, we had not yet had a meeting. Our next meeting is not till next Monday. So we haven't even brought it up. It's not that we are for it or against it or anything at all. We just haven't even had a chance to discuss it yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gosney. Thank you for clarifying. Do we
That
have
is all public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Aradu. Okay, so board, is there a motion for this item? Or I'm so sorry, not yet. We're closing the public hearing.
Yeah, close the public hearing.
The public hearing, and now we can have a discussion. Would a board member like to make a motion for this item, and we'll begin discussion then?
President Hannah-Jarvis, is a motion called for on this? I mean, we have F3, which is next, which is the actual resolution.
Correct. It was two separate items. The first one was open and close the public hearing. The second item is now.
You're right.
Yeah,
Thank you
okay.
for that. I combined the two right now when I was reading it. Thank you, Trustee Panas, for that clarification.
I do have a comment, however. I'm looking at the fourth paragraph of F2 in the précis, and it says, any interested person may offer public comment either in person or telephonically by dialing 510-231-1170 between 6:20 p.m. and 6:40 p.m. on September 9th. So that's just wrong. I mean, I suppose they could offer a public comment then, but like, why is that in there? Is there something going on with the way that we have public hearings for these waivers?
I think it is a previous model of public hearing where you could submit your previous written comment, and we didn't correct it completely for the world of Zoom. So
Okay.
we will look at that language in our future postings to make sure that it is adjusted.
Okay, thank you.
And would you mind checking, Dr. Wald or Superintendent Duffy, if someone actually did in fact send a message to that email address listed or left the voicemail?
Yes, we will definitely check and make sure.
Thank you, and please do inform the board.
Of
And the
course.
public. Thank you. So that means that we just closed the public hearing. Trustee Panas made a comment. I asked for further clarification that we receive information if anybody left public comment via voicemail or email. And so now we're on to the third action item F3, adopt resolution number 22, 2021, resolution of the Board of Education of West Contra Costa Unified School District directing actions in support of an application for a waiver from the State Board of Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations as provided by section 15106 and 15270 of the Education Code.
And so we've explained the item that we're asking board's approval for.
Thank you. Is there public comment for action item F3, Mr. Aurelio?
There are no public comments at this time.
Thank you. Is there a motion from our board so we can begin discussion? If there's any need for discussion?
I have a question about it that could impact us.
I make the motion, we adopt the resolution.
Motion made by Trustee Lara,
I'll second that motion.
seconded by Trustee Panas. Okay. Trustee Panas, can you please go ahead with your comment?
So I'm looking at section 2 of the resolution. And section 2 says, in accordance with the requirements of the State Board of Education, the district has consulted and has consulted and may continue to consult with employee representatives and the advisory committees regarding the waiver. And I didn't think we'd heard from the CBOC, but Mr. Gosney told us he hasn't heard. You know, the CBOC has not had a chance to weigh in on this. And I think we should wait until we hear from the CBOC. I mean, like, this is factually incorrect right now. And I think we should wait until the CBOC gives us an opinion. If the CBOC says they hate it, that doesn't mean we can't pass it, but I would like to see us, or we can say the district intends to consult with. It's like the way it is right now, it's just factually incorrect in my mind. I think we should be honest in what we're passing here.
So from a factual statement, when we did bring Measure R forward, this was part of that entire piece. So it was always built in, knowing that we would be going for the waiver. We did not bring the formal waiver back again based on timelines, but we did submit it through, and it's not been anything that hasn't been always out there. We will continue to consult with the CBOC on all matters relevant to the financing of Measure R. Without this waiver submitted to the state board based on their timelines, we would not be in a position to be able to sell any Measure R bonds.
Thank you, Dr. Wu.
And-
Dr. Panas, I think that Mr. Freeze wanted to add something. Did you want?
Okay, yeah, sure.
If I could, I was just going to remind Trustee Panis that we did bring this to the Facilities Committee this month as an item that would be bringing forward to the board. And so it was reviewed publicly there.
Okay, that is correct. Didn't go to the CBOC. Okay, but like that's at least, thank you, Mr. Freeze. That is one committee it did go to.
I would also let Mr. Panis know that this was brought to the Labor Management Solutions team, where we talked to all bargaining units and let them know that we were doing this and get their feedback. And I believe Ms. Lara was at that meeting as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's very useful.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. So then, Trustee Panas, did you want to make an amendment to that motion? Did you want to?
No, based on the input and the fact that it did go to facilities, I wish it had gone to the CBOC, but I'm okay with it now.
Got it. Thank you. So the motion was made by Trustee Lara to adopt the resolution number 22-2021, and it was seconded by Trustee Panas. Unless there's any more comment from anybody, I think we're ready to take a vote. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you very much. I do think that Mr. Gosney brought up the CBOC for a reason, and I do think that Mr. Panis brought it up for a reason. The facilities subcommittee is made up of 2 board members. So that is kind of almost the equivalent of just bringing it here, because that's who's there. It's 2 board members. So if it's supposed to be heard by various committees, I think that should happen. And I think the impetus is really more on citizen committees here, because that's what I get the feel that this is about. But the other thing that I wanted to say, and piggybacking on Mr. Panis tonight, the agenda does have a specific time for this item, not just minutes, but it has a specific time in there. And we did not do this at that specific time. And that's one reason you don't put specific times in agendas. But when you do, I think you have to follow those times. I'm not sure that we can actually take this up because we did not do it at the time that was actually in the agenda. So if this is at all possible, or if this to bring back, I think we should. If we're under some time constraint and we need to do a special meeting, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think we could set a specific time for a public hearing and then not do the item at that time.
The board does have the prerogative, even when you put a suggested time, to adjust things around based on the priorities of the agenda there, and that is legal because all that's required is the statement that it's going to happen at that night's meeting. So again, the board has the prerogative, just as they do, to adjust the order of items, to do the same thing for a hearing.
Right. So the agenda item does say that on this night, this is going to happen, but it goes further than that and actually gives a specific time that it's going to happen. And so what I am saying is that we agendized, for example, we agendize our meeting starts at 6:30. We don't just then turn around and say, well, we have the prerogative to start at 8:30. When you put a specific time in for an item, and I'm not talking about allocated minutes or we estimate it'll take 20 minutes for that's not what I'm talking about. When you put a specific time for something to happen in a public agenda, I actually think you need to do that time. But that said, I've made my point. I don't think this is in order. For that reason, not that I have any problem with the item.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move the question, please.
So board members, we're going to take a vote. Can we please begin?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, no.
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez, Jarvis, yes. Motion passes with board members voting yes, students voting yes as well, and Trustee Phillips voting no. And that was for item F3, adopting the resolution number 22-2021. Thank you, board. And I think that we would appreciate just follow up from staff regarding input from the CVOC as well. Thank you. Up next, we have item F4, increase the project budget for the Richmond High School Health Clinic project and approve an amendment to the design build contract for Lathrop Construction Associates, Inc. to install the new health clinic modulars.
Yes, so tonight I just want to remind the board that during the review process of the critical needs project for Richmond High School, the Department of State Architecture identified the healthcare center as a building that was not certified. As the condition of approval, the state architect's office required that either we certify the building or we demolish the building. It was determined in the best interest of the project that we demolish the building and build a new health center. At that time, there was a budget adopted. The board had already approved the fabrication and construction of the portables. So tonight what we're bringing for you is an increase of the budget, an award of contract or increase in contract for a DB firm, Lathrop Construction, to do the site improvements to install the healthcare center.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Does any member of the public have any comments at this time? Remember that you have to click the Zoom raise your hand button or *9 if you're calling in with your cell phone.
There are currently no hands raised for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. Board members, is there a motion for this item to begin discussion?
President Hernandez, I'll move an increase to the project budget for the Richmond High School Health Clinic project and approve an amendment to the design build contract for Lathrop Construction Associates to install new health clinic modulars.
Motion made by Trustee Panas.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Trustee Lara. Do any board members have any questions or comments they would like to make before voting? It looks like we're ready to vote. Can we please take a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez, Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to increase the project budget for the Richmond High School Health Clinic project and approve an amendment to the design build contract for Lathrop Construction Associates, Inc. to install the new health clinic modulars.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Up next, we have item F5, our last action item, and then we're going to resume to the order of the agenda with the committee communications. So certificated board authorization, education code 44258.3, and this is a typical agenda item that comes to us for approval. Ms. Williams?
Yes, good evening. So this education code allows for the holder of the credential to teach in an authorized area in grades K through 12 as long as they have knowledge in the subject matter area, and allows them additional time to complete their requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank
you. Do any board members have any questions, or is there someone ready to make a motion?
President Harris, I'll move the certificate of board authorization under education code 44258.3.
Motion made by Trustee Panas. Is there a second for the motion? I'll second the motion. Is there any discussion? Can we please take a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez, Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve the certificated board authorization item F5. Thank you, board. So now we're going to resume to the order of the agenda with items under D, committee communication.
Just, Madam Chair, point of clarification. I think we said we were going to take up the C items that were pulled. during F.
Is that right? I wrote it down as we were going directly to D, and then at the end of the meeting, we were going.
I could be wrong, but I thought that's what I heard.
Could another board member, do you recall that? If that's the case, then we'll go to the items that were pulled, the C1, C3, and C5. Did we say that? Or?
I don't know that we said that, but our process is normally that we go to the unapproved consent items after our action items.
Okay.
So that's ambiguous.
Yeah, so we can do that because we didn't actually, when we get to the action items, usually we finish all of their business, but because we haven't, I thought that we were going to be going straight into committee communication. If the board is okay going to C1, C3, and C5, we could do that right now, and then we can go to committee communication. But I would also like to know if there are, we have our students here, and if they want to make a comment, I think that they should be able to make it before they have to go to bed because they have a, class tomorrow, and families who are waiting to speak for the standing reports. Trustee Phillips?
My understanding was that we were moving the action items, not that we were then going to proceed on like we normally do. So wherever we left off normally, or wherever we left off, I thought that's where we were going to pick up again. We just moved the action items up. That was my understanding.
Yeah, I had understood similarly that we were going to go right to committee communication.
I'm fine with however you want to do it. I just specifically thought I heard you say, because it caught my attention, that we were going to finish the pulled items in F with F. I guess I'm the only one who heard it. If I'm the only one who heard it, then maybe it doesn't exist.
I think I may have said that we were going to do the action items with F6 at the beginning, and then that we were going to have the items that were pulled, C1, C3, and C5, as part of the amended agenda to adopt it that way. So I think that we are going to do the committee communication and just move through it, and when we're done with the last discussion item, go to the 3 consent items that were pulled. Okay, thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for clarifying. Okay, so we're gonna get going with committee communication, superintendent's report, and then immediately after, student board member report.
All right, I'll wait till that comes up, but wanted to just share, I'm gonna put a few more notes about the opening of school in that report. Started in a minute. Ms. Logan or Mr. Aurelio, could you help bring that one up for us?
Yeah, just 1 second, sorry. It's the superintendent's report?
Yep. Maybe we could we have our students go ahead and we'll work on the technical difficulty? I think they are next. How about that?
They are next. I think that's a good idea. So let's have student trustees Cotton Blake and Garcia Avila, if they have anything that they would like to report and share with the board and community. And then we'll resume to Superintendent Duffy's report.
All right, thank you. So good evening, board and members and Superintendent Duffy. Classes are now in full swing and I'm working hard to stay on top of all my classwork and extracurricular activities. I am now beginning to prepare for my senior project that is focused around financial literacy for young people. I believe that one major way to empower communities of color is to build sound financial knowledge and practices. Again, for my project, I'm working on a children's book about financial literacy. I would also like to share with you the work that I have done with the Office of African American Student Achievement over the past few weeks. So recently I co-facilitated the provider fair with the former student board member, Dawit Swumala. The African American Site Advisory Team hosted this event. So we received a thank you letter as a result that we can actually submit for community service hours to our schools. Secondly, I would like to invite the board and community to the first annual Parent Engagement and Empowerment Seminar featuring Dr. Pedro Noguera, Dean of Education at the University of Southern California. And Mr. McGee will be sending the formal email invitations to you. So we definitely hope you can join. And then following the provider fair, I was invited to work with the NAACP Youth Council Richmond chapter to plan and coordinate a candidates forum and debate for school board and city council candidates to be held on September 26th and 27th from 12 to 3 p.m. The purpose of this event is to educate youth and adults on elections and policies which concern them, particularly for African American and Latinx communities. And more information regarding that will be coming out. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Cotton Blake.
Well, my report does not sound that cool, but some of my highlights from my school or the things that we're doing at school was we had our club rush this week and it was super sick. It was super successful and it had a great turnout of students. Office hours are working really good for our students. More personal connections with teachers are being made and more clarification with subjects and understanding more of the subject if it's not understood in class. Also, flexibility. Teachers have been super flexible when work is due and been super transparent about it as well. And then the workload has been super manageable. And yeah, that's my little report.
Thank you so much. Those are two amazing reports. I really think that you're both very busy outside of your own, lives as scholars. I think that you're also embarking on a lot. So thank you for that work that you're doing too. And please keep us in the loop about how we can support and participate in anything that you would like us to be part of. Thank you, Trustee Cotton Blake, and thank you, Trustee Garcia Avila. Superintendent Duffy, are you good to go with the report? Your mic is muted. There we go. Thank you.
I think you're muted still.
I'm still muted. Okay. Thanks for your patience. So, we're in week 4 of school and you got to hear a little bit more from our student trustees. I can't believe it's week 4 already. Every day seems like something new and kind of crazy happening in our world. You mentioned it this morning. And one of the notes on that is, there's a lot of days that now we have to call off our grounds crew, people working outside because the air quality is just not good. So, we're trying each day to make the best decisions for all of our staff and students, of course, but we do have a lot of staff working. You'll see on this front cover, we sent out on Friday in my community survey, my community newsletter, just a survey to parents about how things are going. And we haven't compiled all the responses yet, but you will see we did sort of a Wordle of like what came up the most in those responses. And you can see some of the words that have come up often from our families. So we can go to the next slide. So some recent events, I think our teachers and our students are really starting to settle into their schedules. As Stephanie mentioned, the office hours, things that are new, getting into rhythm about those things, homeroom classes, and folks are doing a really nice job out there. On Friday, we held our first race and equity PD for the whole district. All of our employees attended, and we did that, of course, online through Google Live. And there were some questions earlier about what materials are we using, who's doing it, and I'll be happy to share as much of that as possible. For this one, we just really opened sharing what we were out to do this year, why we were doing the work. We did a panel, we did a video, It's been put together by a committee of folks who represent many different stakeholders in the district. So I think we had a good first start, and we'll keep going. And that's the first 3 Fridays of every month for our staff. We continue to deal with smoke, fire, heat, as I mentioned earlier, and just trying to do our best to make sure everybody's safe, especially staff that are outside. We did get some good news. We have now federal flexibility around meal service, so we're able to serve meals the way we did this summer. So anybody under 18 in the community can come and get a meal like we did this summer. So that's going to be very helpful. Our tech coaches are continuing to push out new content and learning for our staff, so they continue to get strong in their tech tools. And also, one of our biggest construction projects over the last number of years, Pinole Valley, the field construction is now approved by DSA, so we can get moving on the fields for that school. A couple of notes, further notes. We're filling our final few teaching vacancies that we have around the district. I think we're down to 2 or 3 total around the district, so really happy with that. The schools are open to the public Monday to Thursday by appointment, and not Friday. We are closed to the public Friday, just to get ourselves really together and have that kind of a day. And we're open to staff every day. We still have a lot of staff coming into our school buildings to use the rooms, use the classrooms to teach out of. For some staff, they're getting more space, more privacy. So we're estimating about 10% of our staff are in some capacity. And we've worked really hard to make sure all of our COVID prevention protocols are in place, really clear flow charts for staff. Here's what you do when. So I thank our team for getting those together. A few other notes on the opening of school, just touching on some things that I think we've raised in these meetings that I think are just worth following up on. Richmond High School, for example, added 3 new UC approved courses that examine content through an ethnic studies lens, and we continue to push that across the district. We've got elementary band up and running on Google Classroom. You see some statistics about synchronous math time. We're using Amplify in middle school science. The Fab Lab continues to produce PPE for Richmond residents and small businesses. And we have a program now with Travis Credit Union helping to pay for that. So that's really exciting that we can contribute to a lot of the community safety equipment that's being made. And we're going back to finally LPAC testing, being able to do that remotely. And that was a big issue for us, was how are we going to get all of our English learners in if we couldn't do that. I want to share a little bit about technology in the next slide. So we're using the A2A software. We're able to bring some of that back this year to track attendance and engagement. And you can see that we're steadily getting better each week. We're using 22,000 Chromebooks daily. Students and staff spend over 3 million minutes on Zoom each day. And there are 3,000 active Google Classrooms, where teachers have posted over 77,000 times since the first day of school. So a lot happening, a lot going on. And I hope in my next superintendent report to bring some videos so folks can see some of our classrooms in action. We really still need to get all of our lunch forms filled out. So please continue to spread the word to be able to do that. We're working on a lot of different ways to help get that done, including putting it on the dashboard for students when they log into their computers. So that's a big one for us. We continue to grow the Friday wellness little by little. And we're really trying to kick off a set of central options for Friday Wellness on October 2nd, whether that's classes or discussions. And I would actually love to volunteer board members to see if you'd like to have a discussion with students for an hour. You know, that's a great Friday wellness activity where 20 or 30 students could get with you and talk about life as a board member. But those are all the things we want to start putting together in addition to what the schools are doing. We'll continue the work on race and equity professional learning. We hope at the next board meeting, if not the following, to have an update on the Office of African American Student Achievement. Trustee Cotton Blake spoke about a couple things he's doing. Really exciting parent kickoff with Pedro Noguera, which is very exciting. So I thank Mr. McGee and the team for getting that together. And our next board meeting is September 23rd. So a lot of really good things going on across the district. Obviously, we've got our challenges, but big thank you to everybody for a really solid first 3.5 weeks. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Thank you. That was very thorough. I think that we are having a relatively good start to the school year, and we're almost done with our 4th week. So I'm excited to keep on hearing, you know, in your reports at the September 23rd meeting, and then just learn more about what's working, like the office hours that Trustee Garcia Avila mentioned too. I think it's just great to do that. So I would definitely accept that invitation that you extended to board members to go and to participate in Wellness Fridays activities. So please do keep us posted if you would be able to follow up with us or someone from staff so that we can be part of that. Thank you. And now we have our standing reports. So if there's anybody representing any of the committees in our district, make sure that you please raise your hand on Zoom. And it is 9:26, so we are going to have the standing reports, then item D4, and then we're going to move on to discussion. We have 2 discussion items and then 3 agenda items that were pulled from the consent calendar. Thank you.
So we do have what looks like 7 hands raised for standing reports. So I'm going to just go in order of those hands that are raised. I will start with Shakira Reynolds.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Aurelio.
Yes.
Can we also check? I'm wondering if there's a group of parents who may be doing this together as part of the parent PLC, if I have that acronym right. So maybe Shakira can let us know if that's a group of folks together or one at a time.
Okay, perfect. Let me elevate Shakira. Shakira, are you there? You can unmute.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. Actually, yes, if you go ahead and we have an order. So if you just go ahead and unmute us all, it should be Leslie, Stephanie, Erica, Zolan, and Yolanda.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to need to promote Stephanie Segura to panelist because of her Zoom.
And then it will be myself presenting, and then Stephanie and Erica, and then Yolanda and Zolan for ASAT, and then Leslie will be last.
Okay, so I believe you're all able to speak now. Yes, now you're all ready to go.
Okay. Well, I'll begin. So we decided to combine, as we have combined during this process, to give feedback on the LCP, and we decided to take our committee time tonight to dedicate it to our responses to the LCP. But I'd really like to say first that it's 9:30 p.m. and in order for us to really have public input around the learning continuity plan, it's really wrong for it to be occurring this late at night, and we still haven't even gotten to the item. And so I can't say enough that items that you really want the public to have input on, they need to occur earlier. We've been sitting on this meeting for 3 hours. Basically, you know, there hasn't been a lot of public comment tonight. We've been listening to you all talk to each other. And this is too important, the LCP. to be bringing it up this late into the evening on a weekday when many parents and students and teachers have school tomorrow. So I just really wanted to lift that because this is a very important item for the community. That said, I'm going to be presenting around CAC, social, emotional, mental health supports, and then general feedback on the services contained for high needs students. So first, we appreciate the supports for SPED students that were contained in the LCP. And we just want to highlight and make sure that parents and community are aware that they can request new evaluations for SPED services if they are concerned about their children. The timelines and requirements remain the same, though the manner in which any evaluations would be administered will be different based on necessary safety protocols. We also highlighted the need for SPED-specific parent trainings, especially for parents whose students have extensive support needs, are medically complex, or who had one-on-one support aides in the classroom. And secondary and parents have also lifted the need for added vigilance around making sure that their mainstream SPED students are getting the additional supports that they need during their general ed classes. Many parents and students are struggling with our current circumstances and need support, especially our students who have transitioned to new schools and have not been able to create new connections and relationships in the traditional ways. So structures to monitor the health and safety of our students need to be clearly defined and need to be measurable. So we want to know, how is the district planning to monitor the impact of social emotional learning activities, particularly gathering feedback from students, and how are school-based health centers and support staff being utilized to support SEL and mental health? In terms of the services for high needs students, all of the items listed on pages 10 to 12 of the LCP are a great start, but are somewhat ambiguous. Curriculums and programs need to be named, and responsible parties and departments should be included. We understand this is the first draft, but we would also like specifics around exactly how the funding is being spent and on what, not in the huge buckets that are currently listed. Parents, families, and community need to be able to clearly follow the money and services. And obviously things may change, but there needs to be a timeline on when the plan will be updated with specifics. For example, on page 7, it states options for a virtual model for additional student interactions will be explored, opportunities such as clubs, student forums, and training for parents. And on page 10, it states that WCCUSD will recruit volunteers who can offer virtual tutoring to foster youth and homeless students in small groups and or one-on-one through Be a Mentor, Safe Volunteer virtual platform. Well, how? By when? Who's responsible for this? It's necessary that the plan includes specifics around student supports for our most vulnerable students. VAPA, PE, adaptive PE for SPED students. Again, if they aren't available now, there should be clear timelines for when and how the LCP and potentially the MOUs will be updated. We have heard from the community at our joint meetings and in numerous other forums that there is also a need for clearer guidance on what being under the care of the teacher means and what the minimum expectation of live teaching is beyond the 25-minute homeroom morning meeting. Also, how will elementary teachers provide English language services and WIN supports, which is what I need, during the same learning block? We need to ensure that our Black and English language students get the dedicated supports they need, especially in light of the fact that they were the most disengaged during the distance learning program in the spring. And lastly, in light of the suspensions and criminalization of students based on actions in the digital space, as well as incidents of cyberbullying and a variety of differing rules, there needs to be a clear, written, and equity-focused discipline policy for the digital space included in the LCP, even if it's not required by the state. Thank you, and I concede the rest of my time to MDAC.
Thank you.
Stephanie, Erica?
Erica will go first. Erika, ¿estás ahí?
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Erika y soy una madre de 2 hijos que pertenecen a este distrito, tanto a la escuela Washington y mi hijo que está apenas entrando a la preparatoria El Cerrito. Ambos están en el programa dual. Antes de continuar, antes de seguir, me gustaría saber cuántos de la mesa del distrito entienden lo que yo les estoy diciendo. ¿Cuántos de la audiencia, los que están escuchando detrás, me están entendiendo? ¿Y cuántos de ustedes les están traduciendo del español al inglés de lo que yo estoy hablando? ¿Cuántos de ustedes son bilingües? Bueno, esta es de las muchas frustraciones que muchos padres como yo nos estamos enfrentando con nuestras escuelas, con nuestros distritos, con nuestros maestros, con todos los que nos queremos comunicar y que no nos entienden por no saber el idioma inglés. Y que me encantaría poder decir todo lo que siento, todo lo que hemos trabajado durante todo este tiempo. Me encantaría poderles expresar todo lo que hemos visto y aprendido en cada una de las etapas. Por ventaja, tengo a mi compañera Stephanie, que juntos hemos trabajado y que ella es bilingüe. Así que yo le paso mi voz en apoyo a lo que vaya a decir. No sin antes recalcar que me encantaría hablar en mi misma idioma con la persona que debería estar encargada de nuestros aprendices de inglés. Stephanie, te paso.
Gracias.
Good evening, board members. As Erica stated, we would have had loved to have this be translated at the same time for you guys to be simultaneously listening to her and the public audience also listening to whoever the interpreter might have been. But unfortunately, I know we only have a one-way translation. I believe so. So I'm not sure if you guys were also aware of that right now. As the MDOT co-chair, we would like to introduce ourselves. Like Erica said, she has 2 children in the district. I myself have 4. I have 1 at Richmond High, 2 at Helms, and 1 in Terra Hills. We have been observing all the recommendations that we have been working on with great effort and dedication to bring to you all the needs that we have seen this past spring and the beginning of the school year. Unfortunately, we see that the only thing that they took into account was the request for the videos that they will now make available for our parents. However, with great sadness, we do not see reflected on the LCP the other 20 recommendations that we made to them, such as having and strengthening ELD programs and challenging each of our students who are now supposed to have a greater support for them. We've always been the ones waiting to see what they give us. We've always been very passive for English learners, and I don't think they deserve little dedication in their instruction from ELD classes. Schools and teachers, we are in a time when we need a lot of support and understanding as mothers that give up so much of our free time. We believe that our children of English learners deserve much more than they get, more than the institutions receive, and at the end, as they become reclassified children that give and contribute to our society. We are pleased that a position we have long asked for is being covered, and that thanks to several people who have worked in the district and who love our English learners help kept the program afloat. As MDOT coaches, we haven't been asked for our views to reach for the right person for the position. However, the main points we asked are not reflected in the person who was chosen without consulting us who are part of the program. We are frustrated once again with the decision that the board members made in appointing Ms. Rosinos for such a position. This is a decision that will definitely harm our ELs and our families. We understand that early literacy is a big component for our English learners. We get that from the get-go, but unfortunately having to prove a person that is only monolingual and not serving about the 50% of students that our families are Latinos and don't understand English will definitely harm an understanding for the families that we continue to serve. We ask that hopefully we monitor well this position, because we do not know how this position will be tackling 2 completely different positions to serve our ELs and to serve those early literacy learners. We will send and follow up with the LCP recommendations that we as MDAC had come up with, send them over to the board in order for them to review for the next draft that will be presented later on this month. Hoping to continue to work with you guys. We do thank that board member that voted against Ms. Rosinos and continue to hope that future board members do follow up on our emails. Thank you. Following up, I believe it's either Yolan or Jalan.
Thank you.
Salon, are you there? Ruben, do you have Salon?
Zalon is on.
Okay.
Unmute.
Can you guys hear me? I could not mute myself. Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry. One of the issues about the LCP is a continual issue that we always have regarding our past budget and how the resolution and the asset resolution refers to that. We talked about that several times, year after year, and it's back to the same old thing. There are expenditures being done. We are an advisory committee with no communication on programs, employees. What are they going to do to close the achievement gap for Black students? And how does this, when we are implementing these expenditures in our plan, how are our parents supposed to understand that? And this is just a repeat of the same thing. And why can't it be a decision from this board and the superintendent to communicate with parents what services are available that you're paying for? And why would you not communicate to the parents in the community why you're paying for programs and staff, and not letting people know what they're supposed to be doing or what the program offers to close the achievement gap? This is disrespectful, and this has happened year after year after year. We're going on the 4th year of this, and I feel the board needs to tell, you guys are his boss, Duffy and Tony, to give us a code that we ask for so we can read the budget and we can have clear conversations about programs and services, and we can work together, because this continues to be a dictatorship coming from the district and with programs and services that don't work for Black students. And the money's getting spent, but the programs are not changing or closing the achievement gap. Would you guys please address this, because it's getting tired, and our kids are dying, failing, and coming out of your district undereducated. So this plan needs to ensure that the expenditures under past budget has a code, specifically not 3 codes where we can't understand and people can play shell games and the money's gone where at the end of the year, no programs that affected this achievement gap. Can you guys please support the superintendent or whoever needs help in getting this done for Black students? Thank you. Yolanda, Yolanda's next.
Thank you.
So once again, as Lon has mentioned, we have no real plan for increasing the academic success of our African American students currently in the LCP. The district has a plan to make a plan. It's allocating money to figure something out, but it has not provided one clear action step to provide supported learning for our African American students. It almost seems as if they're simply waiting for the parents to do it all for them. There needs to be clarity in planning, adding specific skills that we need to focus on for our students. Name the specific interventions that need to be addressed with a remedy to meet those needs. Name how we will assess and monitor students and provide interventions. Clearly, we're not going to be able to do the aspect. Clearly, assessment has to look very different this year, but we still need to know where our students are, especially now with distance learning, with the summer learning loss, and with the lack of targeted services for our students. We need a clear, specific plan of assessment and then addressing those needs that are discovered as a result of those assessments. And then what support will be put in place for our students who are behaviorally challenged, whose trauma is such that they can't sit in a Zoom. And we know that our students are not able, and for the most part, to stay in on a Zoom, focused on a Zoom class. What are we going to do then when we can't bring them back? And many of us do not want them back in the classroom. And at the same time, they're not succeeding in 30 plus classroom sizes. They're not going to. They're getting lost and remaining invisible. We need specific interventions. We need that provided embedded within the day. These are not the supplemental services that the ASAT resolution is seeking to redress. We're talking embedded services that it is the superintendent's leadership to provide, and that is not present in this learning continuity plan. Please hear us. We need these things addressed immediately. Our students are in desperate need of intervention now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is Leslie finishing up with comments from the DLCAPS committee. So first I want to start with a compliment on the joint parent meeting that was held on September 1st. And I want to give a shout out to community engagement, Marin and Martine and Shakira and the wider community that came to the joint parent meeting. It was virtually held and it was just absolutely fantastic. It was a model meeting, better I think than almost anything I've ever seen in person. We had over 50 people show up through Zoom. It was orderly, it was collaborative, we got work done. We sent 50 people out to breakout rooms and brought them all back, except for me, but I'm learning. We took minutes and we were able to come forward with concrete recommendations. And I think back to that first LCAP meeting that we had right after the pandemic started, and about how scared we were and how everybody was shut down and we couldn't work any of the technology. And I just think of what we did on September 1st, and it was truly amazing. And I thank the community. So for the DLCAPS committee, a couple of recommendations after the first draft, and one of them is about continuing cycles of improvement. And throughout this year, beginning immediately, we want to see developed and maintained structures and systems and communication channels that are engaged in continuously monitoring and improving this year's experience, both at the site level and at the district level, and working diligently to improve the programs and the processes related to distance learning and the LCP. The template itself doesn't seem to have asked this very important question, which is, what are the mechanisms by which you're going to monitor your actions and how will you approve upon them, in what manner and on what urgent, nimble timeline? The LCP is not a set and forget. It's a plan, and it needs to be constantly monitored and improved upon, and constantly asking and reacting to sustain an ever engaging and challenging supportive learning experience in this unprecedented time. And so we ask, how will you capture the learning experiences of students and parents, and on what timeline? How will you work on improvements, and how will you communicate that to the larger community? Even though, and here's an example, just we're off to a slow start, but we did publish a thought exchange, and there's all sorts of comments in there, everything from making friends and keeping communities together through this just disjointed time, and in some cases, the routineness of instruction. There are some comments in there that really need to be analyzed and paid attention to, vetted, valued, and addressed, and how will people know that their comments were received and are being acted upon. Another area of interest to the committee is, how will the district monitor and provide ongoing support to integrate the professional development around race and equity into the classroom and ensure it is impacting student experience? For example, will there be professional learning communities, classroom observations, student surveys of families as well to support and monitor impact? And how will the district monitor impact on African American student achievement? There are other comments on the digital divide, tech issues. Many parents and some teachers are needing assistance with distance learning technology and platforms. So parent training resources are of the utmost importance in numerous languages, and including resources available to parents with special needs. This has been entrusted to the sites, but there should also be a central location where parents can access training modules, and perhaps we can even look to sharing the modules being provided to the staff. There are some great resources out there that we don't really feel are quite been distributed yet. The digital backpack, the WCCUSD has an app that you can download to your phone that should get published out. I'm actually using it all the time. It's amazing. There should be better communications on social services, hotspots. We are understanding we've got some cross wires on how those hotspots get are distributed, and between sites and the district, there may be a little confusion there that needs to get cleared up. And we recommend constant promotion of these resources through all sources: Peach Jar, email, texting, Insta, Facebook, Twitter, however you can get it out. And those are comments from DLCAPs on draft 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next standing report is Dodd Ghazni, CBOC.
Thank you.
Thank you. In a few minutes, we will hear a presentation from Dr. Wold on a proposed RFQP for a bond auditor for the district's $2.4 billion bond program. I touched on this when I last reported to the board, and since it's coming before you tonight, I'm going to provide some input from the CBOC in this report. When the item comes before you, staff will have an unlimited amount of time to present and answer questions, just as the board will have an unlimited amount of time to discuss this and to ask questions. As for the public, though, we'll have a clock in our faces the whole time we're speaking, and we won't even know in advance how much time we'll have. So I'm getting a jump on things here. Since we don't know in advance exactly what will be presented, it's difficult to be prepared to speak in the allotted time. When the Facilities Committee met on July 23rd, we heard a proposal for a performance audit of the bond program that would be limited to only what is required by statute. We can refer to this as the bare bones audit or even the Walmart version. District staff has boasted to the public numerous times that they should be trusted with the public's tax dollars, and they cite as validation that the district has a great Citizens Bond Oversight Committee as well as thorough audits. They used this numerous times when they were trying to convince the public to tax themselves to the tune of an additional $575 million on Measure R. And now that we have the money, we see their enthusiasm for oversight withering on the vine. Neither our superintendent nor our associate superintendent for business affairs were here when we were lambasted by the media when we were investigated by the grand jury. And neither were here when we sat through the forensic accounting investigation. It doesn't really matter how much of the contents of those investigations had merit. There was enough there to cause the public to lose faith in the public running their school district. And I'm referring to both staff and to elected officials. We need to build back their trust, and we can't do that when we're telling them that we should simply trust them to do the right thing. This isn't a used car lot where trust me is supposed to work. After the forensic accounting investigation, there were 112 recommendations made by the investigators. The district has been diligently working on them for more than 4 years. At one point, staff actually reported that most of them were complete. The problem was that when people actually looked at them, they found that they weren't complete at all. Some of them had barely been touched. Here it is 4 years later, and many of them are still not complete enough to stand up to an independent validation. The staff wants to hold off on this validation process for another year to give them a chance to fix problems that should have been fixed when first brought to their attention 5 years back. Even worse, there are close to 30 more recommendations from last year's performance audit. The staff wants to wait another year to prove they've been resolved. How's that used car looking now? At the July 23rd facilities meeting, staff reported that they had neither the staff nor the funds to pay for an effectiveness and results audit. The CBOC provided staff and the board copies of a legal opinion by the California Attorney General, from the district's own bond counsel, from the CBOC's independent counsel, and the fiscal management and crisis team, all verifying that much of the cost of these effectiveness audits can be paid for with bond funds. As almost immediately, staff sought a different opinion from their very expensive bond counsel, clarifying their previous opinion to back up the district's claims that the funding wasn't as readily available as it might seem. Excerpts from this opinion were sent to you on the Friday memo of August 27th. I didn't really want to rely on mere excerpts from an opinion, so I asked for a copy of the letter. I was told that if it could be found, that I should expect a copy before 10 days was up. I got a copy of the email exchange late last night. In the grand scheme of things, the CBOC would hope that the elected representatives of the people might appreciate the value of clearing up these long-standing issues. The CBOC has always strived to rebuild the trust that the public once had with the district and their elected leaders. We would hope that you might share that desire and help us by directing staff to bring on board auditors to validate the effectiveness and results of the bond program. One thing that we've been told is that the district has an in-house independent auditor that can validate the completion of these items. And while we have complete faith in the skills and integrity of this auditor works for the people that are being audited. Some people might be concerned about a conflict of interest or the potential fear of losing a job if the investigations go in the wrong direction. Lastly, in that Friday memo, we read that this has become a significant issue about control of the program. This comment concerns the CBOC because we have zero assumptions that the CBOC controls the bond program. We understand without equivocation that the control rests in the laps of the elected members of the board and the staff members who work for them. We hope, though, that we have an understanding both by staff and the board that by virtue of a statewide proposition passed overwhelmingly by the voters up and down the state, the people want and demand oversight of their Prop 39 bond measures, that the oversight body is independent and that they aren't controlled by the board or staff, and that the board and staff are required to provide the oversight body with the resources necessary for the oversight. We suppose that we can read into what's being proposed as fulfilling the part about providing resources, but we can't also read into this as trying to get away with as little as possible. Which do you think the public might think is happening here? You can expect a few more words after the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next report is from Jose De Leon.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Duffy. First of all, I'd like to thank the site leaders for all the work they've done up to this first month of school. They've been working very hard with teachers and with classified staff to provide the best program for our students. Also, they've been making themselves available on Fridays for parents to keep up the communication on what's going on in the schools. Also, WCCAA is making a commitment to continue the work on race and equity and to fight against white supremacy in our school sites, in our curriculum, and in our teaching strategies. We will continue to work with the district and work as an association to support and give our site leaders tools to better guide their staffs in changing those practices. Also, we will continue to communicate with our families and give our students more chances to do activities outside of the classroom via social or Zoom or Hangouts. Also, we will survey our administrators of how the first quarter or the first trimester of the school year is developing and finding out what's working for them and also what additional supports they need from the district. Our goal is to work with the district office, with the teachers, and with the classified on campus to make the best learning experience for our students. Thank you and have a good night.
That concludes the standing reports.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio.
President Hernandez Jarvis.
Trustee Phillips.
Hi, thank you. I'd just like to make a few quick comments about some of the reports. The first one has to do, and I know they were joint reports, but the first one has to do with the comments made from the representatives from MDAC. This is me and my personal feeling. I feel like they should have been consulted. Their role is to advise the board on issues concerning RELs, and obviously who the director of English Learner Achievement is something that affects RELs, which is in their purview. But in addition to that, and I think this is even more telling, right, is we just hired a director for African American Student Achievement. And ASAP was part of that process. So right now, what I'm talking about is equity. I'm also talking about parity, because we can't have ASAP be part of the process for the director for African American Student Achievement and then not consult MDAC in the same way. And what I feel like, and again, this is me, so I'm owning my feelings, but I feel like what we're doing with our families is at one point, one group is hot, they're in vogue. And so while they're in vogue, while they're hot, we pay more attention to them. And then when they're not hot or in vogue anymore, we pay attention to the next group that's hot and in vogue. But all of our families are important every day. And they should not be used in a way that's just, okay, well, you're important today, but you know, you're not on the radar today. So we're going to pay attention to the other group. And I feel like that's what just happened with MDAC. And I don't think that that is right. Moving on to the ASAP report, I think, or I'm requesting that we actually get a report from staff showing what portion, if any, of the past budget has actually been spent, because we're hearing the same comments from the folks at ASAP, and I would like us to have that information. And then the last thing that I want to comment on very quickly, this came up in the PTA report, but it also came up in the superintendent's report. It's great that we're having these conversations around race and equity. I will make sure that I am in the next one, because I saw some comments that some of the conversation is triggering for folks. And so I really want to see how this is being rolled out. But I don't believe that we can have a real genuine conversation about race and equity in this district without also talking about how we hire in this district. And I mean from every level. We're talking about race and equity. We have a cabinet that is, unless I'm missing somebody, that is 100% of European descent. And I don't think that you can have a race and equity conversation if there's only one ethnic group basically making all of the major staff level decisions in the district. And that's what we have. So if we're going to talk about it, I think we really need to talk about it. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. And to clarify with the full board, if we want to give direction to Mr. Duffy and his team to go and look into how we're going to have equity in the classrooms, I think that's part of the greater conversation for the LCP item as well. So I think that we can reiterate that too, and make sure that we voice our opinion as, you know, individual board members and as a board to give that direction so they can go and address that. And I think that you brought up good points in regards of how advisory committees with families and parent and community leaders are consulted or not, depending on the process. So I think that that's also part of the conversation with the LCP2, which we're going to have up next after the next item. Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Okay, so up next we have D4, in memory of members of the school community.
Yes, let me pull that up. Thank you, Ms. Logan. The district would like to take time to recognize the contributions of members of our school community who've passed away, and we request the community to submit names to be reported as a regular part of each agenda. Miss Shirley Calhoun recently passed away. She worked for the district from 1968 until her retirement in 2003 from her last position as summer school coordinator. Our thoughts go out to the family and friends in their loss of their loved one. Take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is item E1. Discussion item to hold a public hearing on the Learning Community and Attendance Plan, LCP, for the 2020-2021 school year. So right now, before this item is introduced, if you can raise your hand if you're a community member who would like to have public comment, make sure that you press the raise your hand button on the Zoom app or the button on your phone, star 9 to raise your hand, and then star 6 to unmute, because we're going to have a public comment after the overview. And it is 10:03, so before we start this item, if we see that we're going to finish at, because it says 45 minutes next to it, if we're going to go beyond 10:30, I would like to know if there will be a motion to extend the meeting to 11. It doesn't mean that we're trying to get to 11, but in case we need that extra 30 minutes.
Extend the meeting to 11, if
Motion
necessary.
I'll second the motion.
seconded by Trustee Phillips. Can we please take a vote?
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, no.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. So motion passes 4-1 with Trustee Lara voting no to extend the meeting to 11 p.m. Thank you, board. Dr. Wolf?
So, good evening. Both myself and our Chief Academic Officer will briefly introduce this item. It's a two-part process. So tonight is really about listening again and the feedback, and Ruben will talk about all of the input sessions that have happened. This was a very compressed time frame because the regulations did not come out till much later. This is different than the LCAP. This is truly in response to how districts had to implement distance learning in the spring, that everyone had to pivot on a 24-hour weekend basis. And this was a assurance that districts would be able to articulate their plans for implementing distance learning, be able to address each and every aspect that they thought about in their development. It's not a budget document. While we are putting some financial information in there, this is not the direct budget. We will be presenting our budget and unlocking each of the different pieces. This is truly about the actions that are being implemented, how distance learning is being done, how we are focused on engagement. That was one of the biggest takeaways from the state. That is part of the underlying pieces. How is engagement of student learning going to be different this time than it was in the spring? How are we going to ensure that there are ways to focus on those needs that students have in a very different mechanism? And it's different for each grade, it's different for each type of student. And so this plan is articulating each and every one of the different programs and different implementations that were part of our plan. It's not as much about where every dollar goes. We understand that we need to present those pieces of information. We'll continue to do that, but it's about the program design in this very changing world where each and every day we find that we have to do something completely different than we did yesterday. With that, I'll pass it to the Chief Academic Officer, Ruben, who will talk about the process of building this plan together so far.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. And I do want to echo, I think it was Leslie Reckler who spoke to one of the engagement meetings we had, the joint parent advisory group. That was, I'm going to give kudos to the staff who managed that whole process. It was a lot of parents in one space, given an opportunity to break out into different sessions. The stakeholder engagement in this process started back in the summer when we were working on the reopening plan for school. And we did engage a number of different stakeholder groups, and the parent PLCs actually played a really big role in that, and the amount of surveys they did of our families, the feedback we received around the spring and the shift to distance learning. Obviously, there are a lot of unknowns that keep coming our way. In fact, there's a component in our plan that's already outdated in a week. And so the meal plan system, as Dr. Wold mentioned earlier, has shifted back to the suburb model. That is not reflected in this LCP. So day to day, things are shifting and changing. But I do want to stress that in the feedback process, it was great to get the recommendations. We did receive roughly 39 recommendations just from our 3 parent groups, our MDAC, our ASAT, and the CAC, and the combined DLCAP. And we took that into consideration. We have modified even this version you're seeing now relative to draft 1, which is what was shared back in late August with the parents. And we did add some to those recommendations that parents presented with us. But tonight, really, like Dr. Wold mentioned, is an opportunity to listen. We have one more opportunity before this plan comes back to you all for acceptance at the next board meeting. And with that, I would like to turn it over.
Thank you, Dr. Wold and Mr. Aurelio. Do we have public comment for this item?
We do. We currently have 11 hands raised.
Okay, so that will be 2 minutes.
So we're going to begin with Sydney Martin. You may unmute.
Good evening, Board of Directors, district leaders, and staff and community. My name is Sydney Martin, commenting on behalf of Public Advocates. Thank you for giving my colleague Angelica Honko the opportunity to present to you last month on the Learning Continuity Plan. After reviewing the most recent draft, we appreciate that certain pieces of feedback from the Joint Parent Advisory Committee meeting were incorporated. We understand that this is a work in progress. Public Advocates urges you to address 3 critical concerns prior to the adoption of this plan. 1, to continue to rebuild trust and confidence with the public, the district should improve transparency of the investments represented in this plan by providing clear explanation of significant investments, such as the $53 million on page 23 that is currently listed as LCAP proportional budget. We urge the district to also provide an appendix spreadsheet or table that shows how the $33 million in federal and state pandemic-related aid the district is receiving, as well as the LCFF funds are being spent. 2, please elaborate on important aspects of student and family engagement. Although student attendance will be managed through outreach, the bar for attendance is quite low. For example, answering a check-in question. How will the district ensure that students are remaining engaged in learning and that families are kept notified and supported if they are not doing more than answering a morning check-in question? 3, the district has not responded to Healthy Richmond's recommendations regarding investing in school-based health centers to improve the mental health of vulnerable students during this unprecedented time. The LCP should address and incorporate this recommendation. And in general, the plan must explain the actions and expenditures in support of mental health and social emotional wellness. Finally, Public Advocates submitted additional comments in writing based on a very hasty review of the latest draft. The district should strive to post important agenda documents like this at least 72 hours in advance of the meeting in order for stakeholders to engage in effective discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Robson Swift. You may unmute.
Okay, hello, my name's Robson. I'm a community member, but I am also part. Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry, the timer didn't start and I got confused. Okay, hello, my name is Robson Swift. I'm a community member and a member of a UC Berkeley-based student organization called Education Reimagined. I'm here in support of Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations and platform. I believe that it's important not to use pandemic money to backfill the current deficit. The money should not be spent on past budget mistakes, but on our students and their well-being. I think it is critical, especially now, to increase funding for mental health services. In the time of the pandemic, youth are facing massive increases in stress and social isolation and are in need of help. Pandemic money should be spent to address these issues caused and exacerbated by our current situation, and mental health is one of them. Academic studies prove that increases in mental health, in site-based mental health support increases student engagement, performance, and attendance, areas where this district needs to improve, especially now where everything is online. Mental health supports address the root causes of many problems that this district faces and needs to address. Studies also prove that this is a racial justice issue. The pandemic and mental health issues that it caused affect African Americans disproportionately, making this a racial justice and equity issue, which means that increasing mental health services is an important step in creating an anti-racist district. It is also critical that the district works to expand positive school climate for illegal assistance impacted youth. These youth need policies that provide engagement, peer support, and the positive school climate that they need to acquire skills that they lacked before incarceration, according to multiple academic studies. Studies found that returning incarcerated youth who already face the challenge of academic underachievement have their paths disrupted due to restrictive and harsh policies which occur at many school sites in the district. Through punitive responses, to issues such as tardiness. These students also require engagement. According to a study conducted by UC Berkeley and ASU researchers, formerly incarcerated youth who are engaged by a school site through academic support 6 months following release were 2.5 times more likely to be engaged and present for that year, meaning that we can possibly break the cycle of recidivism. Sorry, that's a difficult word, recidivism. To solve and address the many problems and disruptions that these youth face, there needs to be targeted supports that provide positive school climate, and there needs to also be targeted academic and emotional support that is tracked and measured. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to let all participants know that we have currently, I think, 17 people with their hands up. Is that right?
I count 11 hands, but I
Oh, 11. You are right. Yes, 11. And we've had 2 participants. Okay, so that will leave us to 2 minutes per participant.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Roxanne Garza, you are next. You may unmute.
Good evening, board members. My name is Roxanne Creo-Garza with Healthy Richmond. Thank you for listening to our LCP recommendations at the last board meeting, which outlined how they align with the state's guidelines. We know the district is reviewing separate learning loss mitigation funds and COVID impact funds for a total of $33.8 million, plans to sustain the LCAP budget of $52 million, and respond to current pandemic protocols and distance learning plan. The temptation is to only fill the current deficit. Tonight, we've heard critical decisions that the district makes and the call to truly democratize these processes by directly including students and parents in policy dialogues and decisions. This is the time to prioritize students' mental and physical health, more intentionally support justice-impacted youth and the school to prison pipeline by providing services and embedding them in the LCP, and to shift from episodic community input from students and parents and caregivers to them actively contributing to racial equity policies and a shift in classroom practices to the response for anti-racist, anti-Blackness metrics that need to be established. I urge the board members to support our recommendations and funding and request that the staff provide more comprehensive chart that delineates how the state funding resources are going to be allocated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen. I can't see the last name. Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Kirsten Nguyen, and I am a community member and part of a UC Berkeley-based student organization called Education Reimagined in the Bay. I'm here to support Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations and platform. Though there is a deficit that needs to be filled, pandemic money should be used to support the students. COVID-19 has exacerbated financial insecurity, food insecurity, and general conditions of uncertainty, which puts enormous pressure on students. Students are more likely to have traumatic experiences during the pandemic, which have been shown repeatedly in the literature to negatively impact children's long-term health. School-based health centers are the cost-effective way to support the mental health of our Black and non-Black students of color. The funding needed to support school-based health centers is minimal compared to the LCAP maintenance portional budget and estimated pandemic-related funding. Moreover, it's often scary and stigmatized for students to seek mental health services. To reach mental health clinics, many students will need to bus or walk to unfamiliar places. So school-based health centers provide a safe, familiar, and accessible environment for students to feel more confident and secure while improving their mental health. So to reiterate, I want to urge that Healthy Richmond's recommendations be implemented. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Estela De Paz.
Thank you.
You may unmute.
Hi. Hello again, everybody. Besides being the SSC chair for Hercules High School, I'm also a member of the DLCAPS. As you guys can see, a lot of work has gone into the learning continuity plan, and it is truly heartening to see such inclusive process that promoted dialogue and feedback. This process has included all the district advisory committees, like you heard, staff and community members, of course, but that has really remained at a district level. So one item I must elevate is the need to fully flesh out the implementation of the LCP goals so that the policies in that document can become implementable action items that can benefit the day-to-day reality of every student in our school. The definition of these items must be driven by school community-based solutions at a site level. So on page 6 of the document is actually a call out. So it's an example. And this in this particular area, it's talking about the distance learning section of the document that says explicit professional development goals are going to be linked to measurable items that are going to be then monitored by the school plan for student achievement, the SPSA. So there's also a promise in there about how making sure that these are regularly actually reviewed, which is great. Again, this is on page 6. So driving to a localized solution, I think, is the best way to ensure that the LCP policies become actionable items that can be implemented, measured, reviewed at a site level. So I'm urging the board to please make sure that the value of the LCP is fully implemented by the guidance of the SSCs for a localized community-based solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aswad Arif. You may unmute.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So, hi, my name is Aswad Arif. I work for Catholic Charities of the East Bay, and we work in several schools in West Contra Costa County, providing support for the development and implementation of restorative practices programming. Our programs serve all students in the schools that we work in, but today I'd specifically like to talk about African American students. So I am here in support of increasing and earmarking money for the development of mental health services in schools, and specifically around one crisis that we're facing in America, and that's the increase of suicidality amongst African American youth. In the past few years, this is based on a report created by the Emergency Task Force on Black Youth and Suicide and Mental Health, created by the Congressional Black Caucus. So just really briefly, some of the numbers that we have. We know that amongst the ages, between the ages of 10 and 19, suicide is the second leading cause of death. Many of the students that we have in West Contra Costa County right now are experiencing isolation and a deep disconnection from some of their most reliable mental health resources, which are our schools. So I am here simply to implore you all to take this into consideration as we think about how we are going to best support our African American students through this crisis, knowing that they are the fastest growing group amongst the youth in danger of completing suicide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Mendez. You may unmute.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tracy Mendez. I'm with the California School-Based Health Alliance, and I'm calling in today to support Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations and platform. I believe strongly in the district's school-based health centers and in their power to help students, especially low-income students of color, succeed in school and to help drive greater health and education equity. We know that all across California, many students will not receive critical health and especially mental health services they need to, if not through their school, and that school-based health centers serve students the district alone cannot help. These services are desperately needed now to address some of the crises that have just been illuminated by other speakers. Unfortunately, this is a time when several funding streams for the school clinics are simultaneously ending, and I'm concerned that these services are at risk. I know the district is in a difficult financial position and understand that education is its #1 priority. I do hope that the board can help, directly or indirectly, stabilize the health centers at a time when they will be needed more than ever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker, Petronila Fernandez, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am Petronila Fernandez, a mother of 4th grader at Forest School. I am speaking as a mother and community member. And I have the experiences of having a reclassified son in 3rd grade school year 2017-18 as an English learner. He is now in 6th grader. And unfortunately, I live my experience for 4 years of the lack of support that my children need, which I am still observing today. I do not agree that the executive director position of English learner are paid. That position will do not help our students directly. So many positions that the district has only paying positions that do not directly help our children and teachers in the school. But if we can hear more teacher assistants and people like grad tutor to help our English learner children directly will be helpful. That will make a difference our school. Invest directly in our children classes and teachers, and no hiring position that only costs a lot of money for our students. Invest, please, directly in children's classroom and do not position and no executive direction position that costs a lot of money for our students. That was my comment, and thank you for hearing. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Our next comment is Jennifer Rader. You may unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you. My name is Jen Rader, and I am the director of the Student Wellness Center at El Cerrito High School, the James Morehouse Project. I want to echo the voices that have come before me, and I'm calling to urge the board to please support Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations. And specifically, as someone who works at a school site or in a school community, I want to land some of the earlier recommendations around mental health services in the reality of the last 24 hours at school. I've been in almost constant contact with our administrators and teachers around a series of challenges facing young people. A student who had a sudden loss of a parent, another student facing trauma from gun violence, a number of guardians and parents who are frantic and distressed because their child will not get up or leave their bedroom to engage with distance learning. All of these challenges are situations that we meet with support and resource. 4 weeks into the school year, our partners who provide clinical services still don't have a contract and are not able to work with us on campus. I would urge you please to use this funding that is specific to the particular needs of this time to address these concerns around mental health. Very grateful for your work and the hours and hours that you spend dedicating to supporting our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Guadalupe Enyane. You may unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, my name is Guadalupe Enyane, and I am a parent and community member, and I'm here in support of the LCP policy recommendations from Healthy Richmond. I think saving school-based health centers by increasing funding for mental health services so our students, especially our Black and non-Black students of color, can be supported emotionally during these difficult times. Waiting for external funds outside the district should not be an option as our students' mental health needs are higher than pre-COVID times. The district currently does not have the capacity to serve all the students who need help. School-based health centers are cost-effective and answer to the problem as costs are minimal compared to the LCAP maintenance proportional budget.
Guadalupe, are you still there?
We can't hear you, Guadalupe. Maybe we can try again after.
Okay, I'm gonna.
So she was at the 1 minute mark. If we can,
If we get her back, okay.
yeah, if we can get her back so she can finish her comment, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to Yolanda Vieira. You may unmute and begin your comment.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. One of the things that parents have said all along throughout the learning process and learning continuity planning, and I know I have said it and I've heard it said, that there needs to be a constant feedback loop and a process created to provide for that. That's missing in the plan. I'm not seeing any place, seeing it anywhere where you're providing an opportunity for students to talk about their experience with distant learning, for parents to give you feedback about what's working and not working, other than just a survey that's based on questions that aren't necessarily rooted in their experience. It needs to be parents-led or student-led and centered and be regular. Especially this is needed for our students with special needs. They can't wait for a month, for 2 months before parents and students are able to say what's working and what's not working, or if they even have an understanding of that. The assessment piece, again, is really important for this, as well as creating a specific method for folks to give you feedback, to give their teachers feedback, so that you know, really, is it working? What are they learning? Are we getting to mastery? Are we raising the academic levels of our students? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana Diaz Noriega. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Diana, and I am here on behalf of the Rice Center in support of Healthy Richmond's recommendations. The learning continuity plan should be accessible to all students and centered on students who have been the most impacted by the current context that we're in. And the LCP plan should also work towards addressing the continued inequity that existed long before the pandemic started. It is the board's duty to ensure supplemental and concentration funds are allocated in ways that increase services for high-need students. We need to divest from harmful practices. I urge you all to continue centering the health, wellness, and needs of all students through an investment in school-based health centers. Last week, we lost 3 WCCUSD youth in Richmond and Sao Paulo: Eric Aliana, Trelawney Blazer, and Kevin Santisteban. And this doesn't include their parents or the community members who were impacted. This isn't normal, and youth are holding so much pain, grief, and loss right now. The focus should be beyond academics. Their health should matter to you, and I hope that you invest in their health and wellness this upcoming year and beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our last hand is, it's listed as Healthy Richmond. Can the person identify their name, please?
Hi, this is Carlos Lemos. Sorry, I thought I signed back in with it, but thank you for allowing me to speak. Hi, Carlos Lemos with Healthy Richmond, and also a lifelong Richmond resident and family to the school district students. I'm here obviously for the Healthy Richmond recommendations, which you've heard all year long since the budget cuts about 2 years ago. But I'm also here to uplift my concerns on general communications and other related concerns to the parent advisory committees. You've all heard our recommendations on mental health, specifically as it relates to school-based health centers and youth traumatized by the school to prison pipeline, and as they are released into a society experiencing a pandemic, wildfires, and so on. And there needs to be that plan in the LCP. And lastly, as our recommendations relate to the institutional racism, and dismantling institutional racism. The LCP requires parent engagement, although not a lot, but based on the last 2 joint PAC meetings, there was no real guarantee that recommendations have to be included because of the special circumstances that things change day to day, week to week, and we are in emergency decisions that need to be made. But there does need to be, and these aren't really recommendations, these are need, as you've heard from MDAC and other parent advisory committees. And thank you, Mr. Phillips, for raising the concerns that MDAC have been had experienced recently around that decision. And I hope that there can be a follow-up to that as well. And, you know, also lifting up the concern that it is 10:30 and parents who aren't paid to be here stay on here because they're passionate about their families and their students. And also the turnout. At the beginning of the meeting, there was maybe 100 attendees to these 100 attendees at this board meeting, and it's not live, I believe, in any platform. And so I hope that that's considered. And I have a lot more to say, but we can follow up in a separate meeting and email. So have a good night, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now I'm gonna elevate. So Miss Lupe, we're gonna let you continue your time. Looks like you're back with us. You may unmute. Senyana, are you there? You're unmuted. Can you speak?
We cannot hear Miss Anyana.
It doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, I apologize about that. Maybe if she can try to connect to finish the 1 minute that she had left for her speaking turn later, if she's able to connect again, then we can try it.
Okay.
Thank you. So if we can get started with our discussion. We just finished public comment. Thank you, Mr. Aurelio, and thank you to community members who share their viewpoints this late in the evening. I do want to preface this discussion by letting board members know that I would be asking when it's my speaking turn that we entertain the idea of potentially having a follow-up special meeting just for this item, because I think that it is true to give families a fair chance at giving us their opinion before we actually get the final draft on September 23rd. So that's where I'm going to be heading, and I will try not to reiterate a lot because I think that the community made a lot of things clear, and I think board members will also do that. So if we can begin with comments from Trustee Panas, then Trustee Phillips, Trustee Lara, Trustee Cuevas, and then myself. And our trustees, student trustees have left the meeting a bit earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. I'd like to say that I also think a special meeting would be appropriate for this. I agree with people who said that the Joint Parent Committee went well. I think the staff really did a good job on that. I was very pleased with that meeting. You know, when I look at this document, I see lots of stuff. I don't see stuff in my mind that's specific enough. I don't see stuff that I can tell if it was implemented, if implementation can be tracked. You know, if I look at this and you know, there was the 3 Healthy Richmond recommendations last week. They were based around school-based health centers, positive school climate and justice systems impacted youth, and establishing racial equity, community oversight council. I can't tell or not tell if that's here. I can't tell if the 30 recommendations that came from the parent committees are in the plan. I can't tell if the things that the members of the AASAT talked about, I can't see if they're in the plan, nor can I, they're not there, so I can't even see if they're trackable. And I want to be able to see that stuff in this plan. There need to be actionable items in this plan and things that are not just actionable, but trackable. When I look at the last section of the document, you know, there's required descriptions on increased and improved services for low-income English learner and foster youth students. You know, we have listed in there actions, but we don't spend any time at all explaining how each action is principally directed and effective in meeting the our district's goals for low-income English learner and foster youth. I just feel like there's missing stuff there. we've heard a lot about health centers, and I have some specific questions about where we stand in terms of funding our health centers. So am I correct in understanding that we have already funded coordinators at the health centers of each of our high schools?
Yes, that's correct. So the health centers aren't going anywhere. The health centers are all there. And I hope that's a good clarification.
Okay. Okay, because
yeah.
Okay, and
we did just to make clear, in our pre-COVID reductions, we had some discretionary climate money that went to the 6 high schools.
Right, the S3 money.
The S3 money, and they used some of that, some more than others, for health center related services. That was a reduction. So if you are a school that used the majority of that for health center services, then you would be seeing less services unless you subbed out some other money that you might have had. But the coordinators are paid for, and then we're going to continue to work on that, trying to backfill where we can.
So where are we in the process of approving contracts for mental health providers who will be providing services to young people at our high schools? Or is that part of what you just said? Like we don't?
Well, the coordinators, I would have to check on that. We probably have to check on that. But the coordinators.
I didn't mean the coordinators, Mr. Duffy. I mean,
yeah.
We're in theory, we have contracts for mental health providers who will be providing, like clinicians who will be providing services to students. And, I hear from multiple sources that they're not approved and these things. I mean, mental health ought to be a focus of our LCP, and yet don't seem to be able to find money to do this. Mr. Aurelio?
Yeah, just so clarification, our Medi-Cal providers are still serving students from last year. So that is continued. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Do we have, are we, but I hear like maybe we're negotiating contracts for, let me ask a different question, Mr. Ehrlich. How many mental health clinicians do we currently have at each of our high schools? Do we have that number?
No.
Okay. Or even the target number? Okay.
So we don't provide, we provide the coordinator at every site.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then we have partnerships all through the region and the county where we get a lot of in-kind services.
Yes.
And then sites can use their dollars to buy additional services that might have been from S3 in the past or other funding sources. And they usually then contract those services. And sometimes if there are lead providers, let's say the YMCA, they may up that contract to get another provider from the Y in there. We only released money for the sites to spend, about a month ago, as things were becoming more clear from the state. So they're hustling to get their site-based contracts in, and we can definitely get back to the board about where we are with the other contracts, but the coordinators should all be good to go, and then it's all about where and how. Some of it's us paying, some of it's us brokering, finding other services for our students.
Okay, thank you. I just to me, some of this COVID money should be for mental health services. I like to see it flowing there. But most of all, I want to be able to see these things that people are asking for, that the parents are asking for. Healthy Richmond, I think very justifiably is asking for. I can't tell if they're in or out. So those are major concerns I have with what we're seeing. I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Phillips?
Hi, thank you very much. I agree with you, President Hernandez-Jarvis, about holding this over to give the community one more go at this. I know personally I have some meetings set up and some conversations that I need to have about recommendations that people have made. For example, I'm supposed to meet with somebody from Healthy Richmond on Friday. And so for myself anyway, I would be making a more informed decision if I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with some folks. I know MDAC has sent, or the MDAC representatives have sent some, recommendations. ASAP folks have sent some recommendations. There are a lot of different recommendations, and I kind of want to sit down with people and talk with them about it. So I support holding this over or having another meeting so we can give input.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Cuevas? Or Trustee Lara, I'm sorry. Trustee Lara?
I taught at Helms Middle School for many years, like 16 years or something, and we had a full service community school, and in partnership with the San Pablo City. And when I read that Healthy Richmond document several times, we had that stuff there. We have those services, and it just kind of, I'm confused. It reads as if we don't have any of those things, and that's simply not true. We do have, like I said, I've only been 2 schools that I've been at, and I've seen a lot of those services. So I'm confused about that many times. So what's lacking is enough money to keep it, maintain it, expand it, enhance it. And that's what I hope that this funding is going to do. Also, after I taught 2 years at Richmond High, I know that center intimately. I mentored some kids. I saw a lot of resources, exactly what they're talking about. They're, again, on shoestring budgets, great partnerships, so to say we don't provide that is just simply not true. We do. They need help. They need to be enhanced. They need to be strengthened. Absolutely. And, so it just confuses me. Also, it's a red flag to me when I hear people talk about, other than the regular contracts, we have the partnerships that we've had for decades. People talk about the vendors and the contracts, because that's where we get into trouble, is like getting all of these vendors, all these contracts. Seems like that's what everybody's trying to get, their contract. And I'm suspicious of that kind of thing. So that's just how, from my experience of being, like I said, might be different in other schools. There might be totally nothing there and they need to, ramp it up. But at the 2 schools I've been to, so I was confused in reading that document. And I also, there was other things that bothered me about it, but of course we want all those things, and we have a lot of them. We just need to really support them. And I do have to agree 100% that social emotional kids can't learn if they're, if there's a lot of trauma, but we know that. And especially right now has to really be a priority, and it could look a little different. It's going to look a little bit different, but everything's new, and it's not like we're going to figure it out overnight. It's going to take time, and we've got to give it the time that it needs, definitely. So those are my thoughts, and I don't think we need a special meeting myself. I think we can get this done without one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Trustee Cuevas?
Yeah, I'm just going to say very quickly, because I know not only is the public's time running out, I'm running out of time too, because I have to log off at 11. But I do want to point out very quickly, and I'm okay with having more conversation. As a matter of fact, I think this is what should be prioritized during the last 2 hours. But I know we had business to get done, and then if there was going to be anything else, it should have been this. I want to direct folks to the California Department of Education website, particularly www.cde.gov/FG/CR/learning-loss.asp. And the reason why I'm directing folks to this is what the state has basically said the focus for the use of funds and distribution formula are outlined in the 2021 budget package. Specifically, and these are CARES Act funds, are to be used for, and there's a whole line of bullets, addressing learning loss or accelerating progress to close learning gaps through the implementation, expansion, and enhancement of learning supports that begin before the start of school year and the continuation of intensive instruction and supports into the school year. Next bullet, extending the instructional school year by making adjustments to the academic calendar, increasing the number of instructional minutes provided during each week or school day, or by taking any other action that increases the amount of instructional time or services provided to pupils based on their learning needs. The next bullet, providing additional academic services for pupils, such as diagnostic assessments of pupil learning needs, intensive instruction for addressing gaps in core academic skills, additional instructional materials or supports, or devices or connectivity for the provision of an in-classroom and distance learning. Last bullet, providing integrated pupil supports to address other barriers to learning, such as the provision of health, counseling, or mental health services, professional development opportunities to help teachers and parents support pupils in distance learning contexts, access to school breakfast and lunch programs, or programs that address pupil trauma and social emotional learning. I wish people would start putting the pressure where it belongs. The state is asking us to pay for everything with the allocation, and we are the ones that fall for having to prioritize it. The bottom line is, if we're going to do it all, then let's get back to deficit spending and be okay with it, because that's the only way you provide it. It really is. The state just basically laid out every single thing they expect us to pay for the CARES Act dollars. Now, I know folks can talk context. Oh, there's a big old gap. You know, the bottom line is, if we're going to do it and provide it or not. The reality is that on top of this, add in the special carve-outs that we've made. So this notion, again, that it's basically the district not doing what it needs to do, find me the dollars. Or if not, be willing to spend the dollars and allocate the dollars for everything, because that's what the state wants us to do. So if people want to talk, and I agree, this needs to be prioritized, then board, let's put our money where our deficit mouth is and just go ahead and take it, because we think it's priority. Prioritize these mental health issues, even if it means a deficit, because we need to do it. But the bottom line is, let's recognize what the task is that the state is asking, and the federal government is asking us to do. If people get one issue, it's do it all with a limited amount of dollars. That's what the state's telling us. So I think it's important for folks to look at the conditions with which we're trying to address it. And at the end of the day, it just becomes, you make choices. We want this type of supports, then you have to fund it. And if you fund it, there's only two choices. You either deficit spend, because we believe in doing it all, or you make choices about where you're spending the money. The other options are, the way it's being spent right now and the way it's being presented to us is that all the money, where is it gone? It's gone through these other 4 bullets. So what are we going to cut? I think that's one of the things that's important for folks to recognize when we talk about the funding issues and the services that are being provided. I am happy, because I do think it's important to pass the baton on how to solve these issues, and I'm happy that there will be a set of folks coming on board to add fresh eyes, fresh perspective on how to still deal with this issue, because it's still going to be here after the election. So for me, then, hey, I'm ready to go out big, board. Let's go ahead and authorize the soup to provide these services, even if it means deficit spending. If not, then let's come up with some workable solutions and have real conversations about how we pay for it all.
Thank you. Trustee Cuevas. So I just want to reiterate that I think that we do need to give families more time and the community more time for input before we have the final draft on September 23rd. I would like to know more of the actual steps of how and who and what does it look like to have bilingual tutors? Are they only for ELLs? Who would be doing that work? Is it going to be classroom aides? What is that vision going to look like? Because I think it's important to know, what does it actually translate into the classroom? Because I, as a teacher right now, and as a parent of a TK student, I see it every day of my life is really shaped by these decisions. And even if it's another school district, I am still bearing the decisions that are made at a higher level. And so are the families of the students that I work with and the students. So I think that we have to make sure that we give more time to have this input. I think that We need to have consideration for how we're going to measure the effectiveness of race and district and equity PD district-wide. I think that we're moving in the right direction. I think that we just need to have the parameters to say, like, these are the things that we're going to be looking for to know that things are working. This is a healthy outcome that we're looking for, or these are pointers to things that need to be changed. I think that we need to specifically look into how we're going to continue to address, and as part of the money that we're getting for this, part of the mental health is how do we address anti-Blackness and racism in the virtual classroom? How do we address prejudice against gender or sexual orientation and bias against Latinx, English language learner, and students with special education needs? I think that's tied in with a mental health piece as well. And I think there were a lot of people who brought up the issue of isolation and what it can lead to: anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, and a lot of negative impacts that our children go through during this time. And so I think that we need to have those in place. And I know I hear what Trustee Cuevas said. There's a lot. It's a tall order, and we're going to have to figure out how to prioritize things and do things that our students need the most, and also put in line everything else or parallel as much as we can do, so that we have, okay, do the kids need another round of toolkits? What do they need for math? What do they need for their home? And I would really like the board to consider having a special meeting with this as the only item, because I think that the community needs to have that opportunity afforded. So if the board is okay with that, I would love to speak with Superintendent Duffy and with Board Clerk Lada and talk about scheduling and finding a time that works for everybody to have this with the public again before we get the final draft. Yeah, and lastly, I would just like to see, the breakdown of exactly how much of the CARES Act funding that we're getting for education is going to be implemented into what specific areas of need for our students, if it's academic, social, emotional, mental, a mixture of all of it. And I think that will provide more transparency and clarity on how the money will be used. And that's it. That's what I have on this. And like I said, I will work with Trustee Lada and Superintendent Duffy to figure out a meeting date before the September 23rd board meeting.
Got it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Okay, so board, we're at 10:56. Our meeting ends at 11. We have the bond program audits, which I wonder if we should actually table for the next meeting so that we can give it the 15-minute times that it requires. And then we have the 3 consent calendar items that were pulled: C1, C5, and C3. So I would suggest that we do the calendar items and that we table the second discussion item E2 to the next board meeting. Not the special session one, but a board meeting, the regular one. Trustee Phillips?
I'm fine with that. It makes sense.
Okay, so I move that we table item E2, which is the bond program audit, to the next Board of Education regular meeting on September 23rd, and that we discuss the 3 items that were pulled: C1, C3, and C5.
Second.
that.
Seconded by Trustee Phillips. Can we take a vote?
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lada, yes.
Cuevas, yes. And I'm going to be signing off now. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Okay, so board motion passes unanimously to table item E2 for the next Board of Education regular meeting. So we're at item C1.
And I pulled that item, so I have a couple questions here. So I can't tell from the contract with Pinole TV, are we actually paying them for meetings that are not televised?
No, not at the moment, but you maintain the contract so that should we get back to that process that's already in place.
Okay. And are we going to be using eCollect to replace the Swiss system? Is it a supplement or is it something different? Said it was for MTSS.
Yeah, it's something different. So it would work, it's a module directly inside of PowerSchool. So it can do some of the Swiss functionality as well as other intervention tracking.
I'm sorry, so does it replace Swiss or supplement Swiss or?
Supplements, and can also be used for other processes as well.
Okay. Does the fiscal impact include actually developing that tool, or is that just to license the tool?
It's both development not ongoing. Mhm.
Okay, great. Just want, it'd be nice if on the précis as opposed to in the detail, it said if these items were in the budget. So I will move C1.
Thank you. Motion made by trustee Panas to approve C1. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Phillips. Please take a vote.
Panas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with the 4 board members present with trustee Cuevas absent. The next one is C3, and I believe trustee
Okay.
Panas pulled it.
I pulled that one. So does this grant, is this position more than 1 year, and does the grant fund it for more than 1 year?
I believe the grant is a year to year, so anyone that's placed in this position would be given notice that it is a temporary position until such time as we receive a second grant letter.
Okay, so if that's the case, then how come it's okay for us to hire these people 1 year at a time, but like our school sites are not allowed to hire people 1 year at a time?
Many grants are accepted that are defining a specific service. And so in that case, you do follow through. With sites, the budgets aren't consistent. And so you end up having to negotiate full-on layoffs. One teacher here or there, we can absorb through the displacement process. But other positions, if you continue to build them, you end up having to do what we did this last year, which was a significant soft money layoff.
Okay, and so like our bargaining units would really rather not have somebody in a position than to negotiate an arrangement where that position is only good for the current school year.
Can you
I'm
say
not
that
sure
again?
that I understood
What
the
you
question.
mean?
So what I'm hearing is that I have the perception that our bargaining units want to have as many employees as the budget allows, but I'm hearing, you know, by our lack of willingness to want to have people who are only in a position for a year, that maybe that means our bargaining unit doesn't want to negotiate that.
No, the bargaining units would certainly, they're always in support of as many positions as can be maintained. It's our job to be fiscally responsible as a district and as a board. And part of the reason that we had gotten into our challenges was we had maintained multiple ongoing positions with soft one-time carryover dollars, which is something that we're stopping that practice. It's a hard practice to stop.
I completely agree with that, but to me, like the key is like having a negotiated position that's not considered ongoing. It's a 1 year thing.
Right, but it's an opportunity to do PD and to, you know, expand their you know, education and provide services to different teachers. This is
I'm not complaining about this position. I'm comparing it to, it seems like it's not the same rules for central site people and for school site people. Okay, so I mean, you've answered the question here. So I will move this item.
Item moved by trustee Panas for the new job description, elementary math coach, C3. Is there a second? I'll second that. Can we please take a vote?
Panas, aye.
Phillips, yeah, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with trustee Cuevas absent, so 4 yeses. And the last item is C5, adopted instructional materials, and that was pulled by trustee Phillips.
That was trustee Panas, I think. And so this one, you know, it doesn't have the account number string. It'd be great to get that. We don't have to get it at this instant. It'd be nice if we go in the Friday memo or something, but we're always supposed to have an account number string in our financial impact. So with that said, I will move this item.
Motion made by trustee Panas to accept to approve the adopted instructional material, C5. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Lara, seconded. Can we please take a vote?
President Hernandez Jarvis, can I ask a quick question?
Trustee Phillips.
Can somebody just briefly tell me what the cybersecurity class is?
Where is it listed?
In the actual,
It's on the list of all the different classes.
Yeah.
It's not in the précis.
Right.
A list for a book for the cybersecurity class, which
Right. I didn't know we had a cybersecurity class, so I'm asking, what
I
is
think
this? Who's taking it?
I
Is it
believe it's inside of one of our academies. I can find out for you. Potentially Law Academy, but I'll find out.
Thank you.
I can ask them maybe in a Friday memo, give us an update on some of those CTE courses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Duffy and Mr. Aurelio. So the motion was seconded. Trustee Panas made the motion. Trustee Lara seconded the motion to approve item C5. Can we please take a vote?
Ennis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
I'm gonna vote yes on this, but I just want to make a comment about instructional materials and textbooks that right now we're really looking at things through equity lens and anti-racist lens, that I hope when we review these things that we look for that racial bias, have a criteria for selecting of books. Usually they're racist by omission than anything else. But yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind when I saw that. But I move to approve, yes.
And I vote yes as well. Hernandez Jarvis, motion passes unanimously to approve C5, adopted instructional materials with Trustee Cuevas absent, so 4 yeses. Okay, everybody, we are at 11:05. I apologize, we went a little over time by 5 minutes. If you have any comments that you would like to make, we would need to extend the meeting. So if board members want to share an urgent comment right now, or if we can save it for our special meeting between now and the 23rd, that can work too. Okay. So it looks like we're ending our meeting right now. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe. Make sure that you do everything to stay healthy and well during these times. Thank you. See you all very soon. Take care. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.